that we can commence soon. So ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hearty welcome to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Abu Dhabi chapter. This is the 36th International Annual Seminar, Futuronomics, the Evolution of Opportunities, powered by ADX and BNW Developers. We would like to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to our sponsors, without whose support we would not have been able to organize this grand seminar today and tomorrow. So think big, trust, believe, and definitely it's going to happen. Rise and shine. We are all gathered here to learn, earn, and definitely understand much more. Now, we are going to commence with the official function, before which may I humbly request all of you to please rise for the national anthem of this beautiful country, which is a home away from home for all of us. May I request all of you to please rise for the UAE national anthem. Now, can we have the Indian national anthem, please?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request all of you to please remain standing for the CA anthem.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः
Thank you so very much. May I request all of you to please be seated. Now it's time to welcome our distinguished guests and invitees onto the stage along with the organizing committee as well as we proceed with the traditional lamp lighting ceremony. May I humbly request Ramesh ji to please come side stage. Before we of faith, and definitely with success comes thankfulness, gratitude, humility, understanding, friendship. All of these are equally important as well. Now, as for our 36th International Annual Seminar, The Futurenomics, Evolution of Opportunities, luck is something that is not guaranteed. It can come our way, it may not. But opportunities, when it comes in search of you, always make sure hard work, dedication, passion, and when you focus on your goals. Now, with due respect, and may I humbly request all of you to please give a loud round of applause as I welcome the Executive Committee onto the stage, because without any hesitation, we all know how much efforts they've taken to organize this grand annual seminar. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the respected chairman, C.A. Krishnan, on stage, please. And now it's time to welcome the respected vice chairman, C.A. Rohit Dema. Now, definitely, being a woman, it gives me immense pride and privilege to know that there is one Jhansi Ki Rani in the committee. Let me welcome the respected General Secretary, C.A. Priyanka Birla, on stage, please. Last but not the least, the respected Treasurer, C.A. Ajay Singhvi, on stage, please. Now, before I welcome our chief guest and other honorable guests and invitees, my name is Dr. Aparna, a dentist by profession, but I'm doing non-clinical now. My passion is emceeing. Trust me, when we put our hands together and we applaud for someone, it releases a lot of endorphins, which is good for our heart health, mental health, longevity, and a happy life. So when you put an applause together, there is no harm in that. And by the way, being amidst so many chartered accountants, my dad used to say that being a chartered accountant and definitely being someone who's certified by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is definitely not an easy task. So huge respect to all of you for making your mark, for proving and for playing with numbers and transforming lives. So here you are today. It's an absolute honor to associate, but I have a humble request because we have such distinguished, eminent guests with us. It's an honor, a pleasure, a privilege. And the least we can do is express ourselves with those applause. And it's only going to do us good. Can we make it a little louder, please? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without any hesitation, it's time to welcome the man of the hour and our chief guest for today, who despite his busy schedule has graced this occasion, accepting our invitation. Please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Milind Deora on stage. And now, our next next honorable guest, thank you so very much for being a part of this grand seminar. Dr. Apurv Ranjan Sharma. May I request you to please join us on stage, sir? Silence is a sin. Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining us. Next is someone who's very special. Being born and brought up in the UAE, this gentleman's smile has inspired me even to become a dentist. His enchanting, mesmerizing smile, his attitude, and the way he even remembers the smallest little one that he's met. A man of a difference, an entrepreneur that brought a change, and definitely a man who has touched lives. It's an absolute honor to have Dr. B.R. Shetty with us. May I welcome you on stage, Dr. B.R. Shetty. Challenges may come in life, but overcoming them is what makes us the real warriors. And here we are today, enjoying every bit of life, being very thankful, and facing challenges, overcoming them. And we also have a very special invitee who is pretty well known to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, without any hesitation, may I humbly request you to put your hands together to welcome Mr. Sakir Aslan on stage, please. An absolute honor, sir. Thank you for joining us. Last but not the least, it's time to welcome another very special guest who has graced this occasion and made it very special for all of us. May I welcome Dr. Satish Reddy on stage, please. And now I request all present on stage to please proceed with the traditional lamp lighting ceremony, seeking the blessings of the Almighty. With a word of prayer and with a smile on our face, we're going to begin with the official function and then the seminar begins. Thank you one and all for your esteemed presence here. Let's have this moment captured as we cherish it for the years to come. This marks the official start of the ICAI Abu Dhabi Chapter 36th International Annual Seminar, Futuronomics, the Evolution of Opportunities. After the lamp lighting, may I humbly request our invitees and the organizing committee to please proceed downwards and comfortably seated. With smiles on their faces, and definitely this is going to be a moment to cherish and remember. I request all our invitees and the executive committee to please proceed. Yes, thank you so much. And now someone whom I addressed with the liberty of speech, the only lady in the entire the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, none other than our own CA Priyanka Birla to deliver the speech. Can we have the General Secretary's address, please?
Good morning, everyone. Of what is lined up. I cannot see the energy. Guys, you had breakfast. Let's give a big round of applause to each and every one of us. There's the energy that I'm talking about. Esteemed Chief Guest, Shri Milind Deora ji. Guest of Honor, ICAI President Shri Charanjot Singh Nanda ji. Distinguished speakers, past chairmen, fellow members, and guests. Myself, CA Priyanka Birla, I'm the general, each and every one of you here today for the 36th annual seminar of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. We have took the theme as Futureonomics, the evolution of opportunities. I'm sure most of you would resonate that we are living in such a world where the innovation in fields like artificial intelligence, robotics, they are driving efficiency and creativity across a lot of industries. Today's seminar offers a unique opportunities and how we as the participants and as the thought leaders can adapt and capitalize on the evolving opportunities before us. As we look towards the future, we must recognize that the possibilities for growth are boundless. There's a very famous saying by renowned futurist, Mr. Alvin Toffler, and he says, "The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, most importantly, unlearn and relearn." We are very, very honored to have a distinguished panel of speakers with each of us who brings invaluable expertise and insight across the diversified territories that they belong to. We should be very much excited as for the next 2 days, we are going to experience some thought-provoking fire chat sessions, witness a startup pitch similar to Shark Tank, hear the art of winning businesses, exploring the journey from boardrooms to broadrooms to broadcast, how to stay ahead well in the times of disruption as well as innovation, and being finance professionals, navigating the market volatility. I think the market section is the most interesting one, given that everybody is just attempting to not look at their portfolios. It is just technically a recap of all what we are going through in the next 2 days. And we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers for being with us and sharing their knowledge with us. This seminar is not only a platform for intellectual engagement, but it also provides invaluable opportunity for a lot of networking professionals to network, develop broader. Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, "The future belongs to those who have the courage to create it." And I think through this seminar, we aim to foster that very courage, equipping our participants with the insight, knowledge, and inspiration which is needed to drive the forward and make a lasting impact. I'm requesting everyone to approach the discussions with curiosity, openness, and a commitment to learning. And the most important part is less browsing on your phones. By the way, if you are not aware, every notification that pops up on your screen actually costs you 20 you're hearing here. Thank you all for being here with us. Let's make these 2 days meaningful discussions, valuable insights, and professional connections. And it is now my pleasure to invite PDC leader C.A. Ramesh Dave to take over. See you around. Thank you so much.
Good morning to everyone. Our chief guest, Shri Milind Deora ji, all our other esteemed guests, past chairmen, fellow members in the committee, the overseas chapter member which has come from here, and all the very lovable stand before you as PDC leader and welcome you here. As we celebrate this incredible journey of our Abu Dhabi CA chapter, and this chapter stands as a beacon of professional excellence, fostering the knowledge, leadership and collaboration among the chartered accountants in UAE and beyond. The ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter has a very key player in the growth and development of the profession of Emirates of Abu Dhabi since its inception, which started back in October 1984. And over the years, it has grown into one of the most dynamic overseas chapter of the ICAI, with the strong commitment to professional development, ethical standards, knowledge sharing. This chapter has continuously provided its member a platform to learn, network, contribute to the broader financial and business landscape in UAE and beyond. So much so that this year, our chapter has received an exclusive first gold prize as the best overseas chapter award in the large chapter category. Our chapter has been instrumental in organizing seminars, workshops, thought leadership forums, inviting global industry experts to discuss emerging trends, challenges and opportunities in finance, taxation, technology and governance. So we are the large professional body of over 1,300 chartered accountants here in Abu Dhabi. And this exponential success which we see from the day it started, it is actually hard work which has gone beyond this chapter to come to this platform. So we would request our AV team to present a Abu Dhabi CA chapter's profile to you, so then you can witness the journey and the growth of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter since 1984 till now.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति.
Largest prestigious accounting and auditing body. The Abu Dhabi chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was formed in the year 1984. Since inception, it has been led by prominent chartered accountants in Abu Dhabi and has been promoting ethical practice and profession. ICAI is a vibrant and active community of professional chartered accountants. Membership is open to all chartered accountants who are members of the parent body and residing in the UAE. The chapter has grown to over 1,000 members from its humble beginning of around 50. Its primary objective is to provide continued professional enhancement and growth opportunities, and towards this end, regularly organizes seminars and events featuring leading subject matter experts, as well as professional development sessions on technical and soft skills. The chapter also supports students by offering coaching classes and participation in career fairs and roadshows. It has a proud history of achievement, having received numerous awards for its excellence. Best Overseas Chapter for the years 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2021, 2022, 2023 and 2024. As well as second best overseas chapter for the years 2017, 2018 and 2019. The Abu Dhabi chapter of ICAI is a shining example of the dedication and commitment of chartered accountants in the region to providing excellent services to its members. The current committee, elected in March 2024, is led by Chairman C.A. Krishnan Venkat. The chapter has organized 17 PDC events in the past year, covering 73 hours of CPE credit. Let's have a quick recap of technical events conducted last year. Several seminars on corporate tax, angel investing and fintech services, decoding Indian Union budget, IFRS updates, updates on VAT, e-invoicing, excise and customs, professional networking and upskilling event, angel investing and equity market outlook, AML and compliance, workshop on Power BI, VAT in UAE, Beyond the Basics, Banking and Taxation Summit, and many more. During the year, the events were attended by dignitaries such as His Excellency Sheikh Nayyan Mubarak Al Nayyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence UAE, His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Ambassador of India to UAE, CA Ankit Sunil Talati, President ICAI, His Excellency Muhammad Abdul Jalil Al Fahim, Chairman of Al Fahim Family Council, His Excellency Riyad Al Mubarak, President UAE Accountants and Auditors Association, Mr. Nambi Narayanan, Indian rocket scientist, Commander Abhilash Tomi, retired, first Indian solo circumnavigator of the world, to name a few. In addition to professional activities, the commemoration of the 75th year celebration of ICAI was marked by a series of engaging activities throughout the year. The chapter also prioritizes social events and networking opportunities for its members and their families. In the past 12 months, the chapter has organized over 16 social events and several CSR activities. Here's a glimpse at some of the events. The chapter's activities are widely covered in local newspapers. And it is also very active on all social media platforms like Mint, reach the pinnacle every year with the hosting of the annual international seminars, a regular feature since 1988. These seminars feature leading industry and financial sector experts and are attended by over 800 members and guests. Luminaries who have addressed His Excellency Sheikh Nayyan bin Mubarak Al Nayyan, Mr. Narayan Murthy, Dr. Sam Pitroda, Robin Sharma, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, Mr. Aman Gupta, Mr. Ashneer Grover, to name a few. Also, the chapter has hosted amazing renowned singers in the live musical concerts held during the annual seminar, such as Sonu Nigam, Sunidhi Chauhan, Shreya Ghoshal, Mika Singh, Sukhvinder Singh, Shankar Mahadevan, Vishal Shekhar and Preetham, Kanika Kapoor, Neeti Mohan, to name a few. The 36th Annual International Seminar, themed Futuronomics, the Evolution of Opportunities, promises to be a unique learning experience featuring a galaxy of dignitaries. Mr. Sachin Pilot, former Union Minister, Government of India. Mr. Milind Deora, former Union Minister, Government of India. CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, President ICAI India. Mr. G. Satish Reddy, Indian aerospace scientist. Dr. Hansaji, Director of the Yoga Institute and President of the Indian Yoga Association. Mr. Shikhar Dhawan, Indian cricketer. Dr. Apurva Ranjan Sharma, active contributor to startup ecosystem in India. CA Sridhar Iyengar, CFO Real Estate and Infrastructure Investments, Mubadala Investment Company. Abhinav Tandon, co-founder and head of strategy and globalization at Yasha Global Capital. CA Rahul Malodia, founder and CEO of Malodia Business Coaching Private Limited, to name a few. The seminar will also host a memorable entertainment experience for its members and families through live musical concert from renowned Indian singer Javed Ali. Join us for an unforgettable evening of learning and entertainment as we come together to make this a truly one-of-a-kind event.
Wow, what an incredible journey the ICI Abu Dhabi chapter has. And it is our absolute honor and pleasure to inform you that we have with us the first chairman of Abu Dhabi chapter, CA Richard D'Souza ji, who is with us here. We would request him to please join. And also our current chairman, CA Krishnan. Please request you to please join on the stage. So we have our first chairman of Abu Dhabi chapter, CA Richard D'Souza ji, and the current chairman, CA Krishnan, welcoming him. Thank you, sir. And as you would see, the hard work which is put by the people behind it. The most important part of the chapter is the members and also the committee who works tirelessly, sacrificing their day and night to bring what we have been coming here. So we have a introduction video of our chapter committee. So we request AV team to please play the video of the current committee. Are very nice. To unveil the brochure, I would request our communication team member and the leader, Shafiq, to take it over. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. So, please raise your hand. How many of you liked the video? So, you think committee job is just fancy desert drives and all those things? How many of you think that? We are enjoying like anything. No? Okay, thank you. So I just want to give credit to Anu Thomas. Now, as a chartered accountant, we are not expected to have creative mind, but we are just showcasing that we got some creative side as well. So my job is to unveil the magazine. It's an annual practice. Like always, we have tried to put a solid content this time. Still, for unveiling the brochure, I wanted to invite our ex-com first, the chairperson, CA Krishnan NV, the charming Rohit Dema, Vice Chairman, Priyanka Bella, General Secretary, and our finance guy, Ajay Singhvi. May I also invite our chief guest, Milind Deora, and B.R. Shetty, sir, and our founding chairman, Richard D'Souza, to the stage.
Dr. Satish Reddy, Dr. Apurva, can you also please join? Dr. Apurva, can you also please join?
Thank you so very much. They have tirelessly worked for this seminar, organizing A to Z. I think the least we can do for them is one thunderous round of applause. No, we are all in our distinguished position. We all are in a very serious note, and we are all killing a mosquito. Let's make it louder. Come on. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. And now, Abu Dhabi chapter, someone who needs no special mention or introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. C.A. Krishnan on stage.
Good morning. It's nice to see such a large gathering for our 36th annual seminar. Chief guest of the day, Mr. Milind Deora, and the distinguished speakers, Satish Reddy, Mr. Sakar Aslam, then other speakers, then our guest, our B.R. Shetty, honorable guest, esteemed speakers, past chairman, overseas chairman, distinguished delegates, my fellow chartered accountants. Myself, Krishnan Narayan, I am the chairman of Abu Dhabi CA chapter. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome you all for the 36th annual international seminar. Over the years, our annual seminar has been a beacon of knowledge. This year's theme resonates with the changing times, where finance, technology, entrepreneurship, and leadership intersect to shape the future of our profession and the global economy. Futureonomics, the evolution of opportunities, is not just a theme, it is a call for us to embrace transformation and harness the power of innovation to unlock the new potentials. As we gather at this magnificent venue, Contradictia Towers, I want to take my moment to express my gratitude to members, the ambassadors of Abu Dhabi CA chapter, sponsors, managing committee who worked tirelessly for the last 100 days, at least for the annual seminar, and volunteers to make this event grand success. I am also glad to share the proudest, the historic moment of our chapter. For the past 5 years, we have been jointly hold the first best chapter award. This year, as an exception, as an historic, we stand alone as a sole winner of the first overseas chapter award in the overseas chapter category. It's a moment of immense pride and motivation for us to continue to strive for excellence. Every year, we aim to elevate the annual seminar experience, set the bar higher. This year, we are excited to introduce AI-based face-based checking for seamless registration and AI-driven photo distribution. You'll be able to see all your photos in a span of seconds. There is no need for you to download 3,000 or 4,000 photos to check where your photo is. Based on your face, automatically once the link has been sent, only your photos will pick up. So it will be a seamless experience which you can see that. This innovation mark a commitment to the 10. My sincere gratitude to all our GCC chapter members who come all the way from various countries. Close to 50 members of Abu Dhabi from GCC has come over here. We are so grateful to the dedicated leadership of our GCC chapter chairman, CA Vivek Gupta from Bahrain chapter. Can you please rise? CA Gaurav Kapoor from Oman chapter, right now he is not here, he is coming today evening. From Muscat, we have close to 10 people that come for this event. Then CA Kamlesh and CA Alex from Qatar, Doha chapter. Alex, can you please rise? CA Aditya from Kuwait chapter and CA Chandra from Saudi chapter. They played a vital role in fostering collaboration and strengthening our professional network. See, we are honored to have them over here to delegates from all these chapters who traveled with us today. A special note to CA Udham Singh from Cairo chapter who made for this event. Mr. Udham Singh, if you are here, can you please rise? And of course, our Dubai chapter, Vice Chairman from our Dubai chapter, the Vice Chairman, Jaiprakash Agarwal, who is over here. Along with that, there are quite a lot of committee members from Dubai chapter is going to be here. Then from our Raffle Kema, Mr. Pramod Chand, and from Fujairah, Mr. Dawal. I would also take this opportunity and acknowledge to the effort put in despite logistical challenges. We have, just to update you, we received the venue yesterday midnight at 12 o'clock. Within a span of 6 hours, all the stalls, all the venue has been set up. Thanks to Kuber team led by Rahman and Rashid, who has ensured that everything has been set up in 6 hours. Initially, the challenges were many. Initially, we thought it will be difficult to do it, how we thought we'll be able to do it. But hats off to them, they did the setup in such a way, taking to the higher level in the span of 6 hours, they have done the setup. Thank you once again to the Kuber team and Rashid team. A special note of appreciation goes to all the sponsors, without whom an event of this gratitude and magnitude would not be possible. Their unwavering support and commitment allow us to bring together such a distinguished speakers gathering year after year. I request all the members, all the participants over here to visit the sponsor stall. There are prizes are available. There will be a registration over there. You can scan the QR code which has been kept over there. Please ensure that you make a visit to all the sponsor stall. The future belongs to those who prepare it for today. Let this seminar be a catalyst for new ideas and groundbreaking opportunities. Today, we embark our journey on these insightful discussions, transformative ideas, and enriching conversation. Our agenda is power-packed, featuring some of the most distinguished speakers from various industries. To make the most opportunity, I encourage each one of you to actively participate for understanding. Mr. Sakar Aslam, Chief Exchange Operating Officer of ADX, who will enlighten us on the financial market. 4 speakers who will be giving their ideas, and it will be a judges who will be judging their sessions. Then after that, our chief guest, Mr. Milind Deora, Mr. Sridhar Iyengar is going to have a fireside session with Mr. Milind Deora. I request all the members also to ask questions in the last 5-10 minutes. You are free to ask questions. And the last one, not the last one, the panel discussion after that, there will be a session from cricket legend Shikhar Dhawan. Is the man who from the cricket, he turns into a businessman. So there will be a panel discussion on that session also. Further, in the end, we have a cutting-edge advancement in defense and space technologies with Mr. Satish Reddy. He is a pioneer in the field and former chairman of DRDO. His session will provide a glimpse into the future of innovation and technology. Beyond this knowledge sharing session, we also recognize the importance of networking and celebration with our fraternity. I request and invite all of you to join for the musical gala dinner at 321 Sports Academy, Udariyat, featuring the incredible journey of Javed Ali. This is an opportunity for us to unwind, connect, and celebrate the spirit of camaraderie that defines our Abu Dhabi CA team. In fact, we are supposed to have a musical event on Sunday due to the cricket event today evening. I also thank all the past chairmen who are over here from the journey of 30 members to 1,400 members. The amount of effort which has been put in by all the past chairmen has been tremendous. This year, we are so happy that our past chairman has flown down, on Mr. Arish Gilani, our past chairman, he has flown down from Canada to attend this event. Sir, can you please rise? And our Richie Richard D'Souza is come from India. He is our founder member of Abu Dhabi CA chapter. And Ms. Jayanti Mitra, Mr. Mitra is not available over here. Ms. Jayanti Mitra is representing Mr. Rana Mitra. And Prakash ji, our past chairman, and the other past chairman. We'll be felicitating them tomorrow because with their order and effort, the chapter has been achieved to this success. A big round of applause to all the past chairmen for their contribution and success to the chapter. Before I conclude, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the managing committee, sponsors, partners, and volunteers to their unwavering support. Their effort have ensured that this seminar is not just an event, but a milestone in our journey and professional experience. A special thanks goes to the family of the managing committee whose time and support enabled the committee members to serve the chapter effectively. A big round of applause to the spouses of the committee members who worked tirelessly, who supported us for the last 900 days. Thanks to them, we are able to spend most of our time in our meeting. Thank you.
Check, check. Thank you so very much, respected Chairman of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, Mr. C.A. Krishnan. Now it's time to welcome our keynote speaker, but before that, definitely this seminar comes with a couple of rules actually. We have sponsorship booths outside, so do visit times. And by registering early tomorrow, please bear in mind, between 8 to 9:30 a.m., that will give you double the runs. And during the lunch break, which is coming up, we request you to visit maximum number of booths, that's between 1 to 2 p.m., say, and you have a lot of surprises awaiting you. The biggest scorer of the maximum runs, that is the person with the maximum runs, is going to take back home something very special. So request all of you to please be a part of this game and have a nice experience. Life is one, so let's live it to the fullest. And we also have some raffle draws coming up. There were many of you who reported very early today. Keep up the good work, and you have some surprises. Stay tuned for more. So, with all due respect, I had mentioned about a keynote speaker who is going to address this gathering now. Let me welcome Mr. Sakir Aslan, the Chief Exchange Operations Officer of ADX. An absolute honor, sir, to have you with us, and looking forward to hear those words of wisdom from you.
Sakir Aslan. Chief Operations Officer Sakir Aslan brings over 20 years of expertise in financial markets and banking to his role as the Chief Exchange Operations Officer at the Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange, ADX. At ADX, he leads the operations team, ensuring effective trading control and the preservation of fair market practices through surveillance. His responsibilities also extend to fostering efficient engagement with all financial market members. In addition to his primary role, Sakir leads the continuous development of the Capital Hub program, aimed at connecting exchanges and promoting cross-border trading.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored and pleased to be here today. The energy I feel in this room makes me really kind of stressed about doing it the first one after so many good speakers and all the good energy I've seen so far. For people who came across, welcome to Abu Dhabi. I would like to thank the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India Abu Dhabi chapter for organizing this landmark event. It's a privilege to be among such a dynamic business leaders, investors, and financial professionals. As I mentioned, I feel a lot of energy in the room, so it's always motivating. And what motivates me a lot to see the founding chairman earlier this morning with the current chairman. It's a very nice, motivating gesture. Another thing, I talked about motivation and energy, but it's heavily mixed with experience. So I was not aware when it was starting, the Abu Dhabi chapter, 1984. A lot of experience in this room, so definitely let's have a... Earlier this morning, somebody told me, I look very young. I felt that's one of the best the best gestures for the last couple of weeks. For people who don't know about ADX, we are a young exchange. We were founded in the year 2000. However, we are a key financial anchor and engine for Abu Dhabi's economic growth. Globally, we are ranked in the top 20 from a market cap perspective. Top 20 alongside the recognized BSE and NSE. And when I talk about market cap, that's one thing. However, when I've heard this morning, this room is filled with people are good with numbers, I bet many people look into opportunities and investments. And numbers speaks for themselves, correct? So when we talk about IPOs, and IPO proceeds, ADX is ranked in the top 10 in the last 2 years. Our IPO proceeds last year in 2024 estimated around 3.35 billions. And we have outperformed the MSCI Emerging Market Index in the past 5 years. If you invested in ADX Global Index in the year 2020, around COVID, you already made 86%. So numbers speaks for themselves. We are the biggest capital market in UAE, and we are ranked the second in the GCC countries. We play an active role in supporting Abu Dhabi's sustainable economic growth. We fuel investments and empowering businesses. If you are a businessman, if you are an investor, you need to think about ADX as an opportunity. Looking into the listed instruments we have, looking into their results, into their finance, is a key thing for you definitely to be an investor with us. For our issuers, like a huge opportunities. I have just talked about the IPOs and how our capital market is growing on a very fast pace, competing with the top markets on earth. Over the years, the Indian business and investors have shown keen interest in tapping into Abu Dhabi's robust market infrastructure. I'm a numbers person, I'm an operations guy. Since 2019, ADX has welcomed six-fold increase in the number of Indian investors. And for that, I thank you. We provide a seamless access of Indian institutional and retail investors to seek portfolios diversification and dynamic markets through cross-border trading partnerships and advanced digital platforms. We have an investor-friendly regulations and for access to ADX securities. We have ETFs that allows investments in other countries. And by the way, our Indian ETFs is one of the most highly respected and demanded one of them. So I'm heavily focusing on investor. I need to talk about the exchange, correct? So for Indian investor, ADX represents a compelling proposition. We provide you access to a regulated, high-growth market which underpinned Abu Dhabi's AAA rated economy. We provide a healthy, stable, growing investment climate. For many of people, when I talk, I say ADX is a financial market. It's like an exchange, correct? What we've been doing, in addition to being what we call a vertical, classical financial market, we worked with innovation. We believe that it launched an initiatives with many partnering exchanges to connect exchanges together. So we have this initiatives called Tabadul. The initiative is connecting exchanges, and the word Tabadul mean in Arabic, giving opportunities to our investors, issuers, and brokers. The strong India-UAE economy and trade relationship provide a strategic advantage. ADX, advanced technology, liquidity, and access to capital empower Indian businesses and investors to confidently execute their growth of strategy. We will continue providing our investors with opportunities. We foster a robust framework for mutual growth. Once again, welcome all to Abu Dhabi, and I thank ICAI for organizing this forum. I wish you a fruitful event and conference. Thank you very much, everyone.
Check. Thank you so very much for sharing your experience and your expertise. May I humbly request once again Mr. Sakir Aslan to join us on stage and receive a memento from the past chairman of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. I humbly request CA Prakash Mehta and CA Naresh Jain to please do the honors of handing over the memento to our keynote speaker, Mr. Sakir Aslan, Chief Exchange Operations Officer, ADX. And thank you so much for supporting this event with wonderful sponsorship as well. Thank you once again, sir. Can we have the memento, please? Yes. Thank you so much, sirs. Thank you so very much. Italy, inshallah. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. And now we have all seen so many people who want to rediscover themselves, go that extra mile and conquer heights. And then you never know, they become entrepreneurs who create a change. Now, I've just given you a cue as to what we are going to witness right now. It's going to be a very, very exciting, highly filled with information, and it's going to build our curiosity and answer our queries, no doubt about it. Having said that, may I request our support team to please get the stage ready for the same. We are going to have the pitch tank session. But before we proceed with the same, may I humbly request all our wonderful members here, invitees, distinguished guests, can we have one single clap, please? One clap. I meant one, sir, one. 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 Make it 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. And now let's go for a 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This side is a little excited, sir. I want only 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Now, you know what this has done to our brain because we've been sitting in a ballroom. I understand it is not easy. You know, the muscles feel a little crampy, we feel a little gloomy, but that is not at all permitted for the next session because it is going to make your seat a hot seat, definitely, and it's going to keep your eyes glued to the stage and the interactions and much more. So not killing the suspense and not building it further. So let me welcome none other than for the fire chat session with Mr. Milind Deora, the Member of Parliament. Can I have our chief guest, Mr. Milind Deora, on stage? But before that, sir, just 1 second. I just want to make sure the stage is ready to welcome them. Check, check. Sorry, we had a small glitch, but yes, none of us are perfect, but we can always strive for perfection. So, first, may I request our production team to please play the AV of Mr. Tarun Joshi from IGP. Can we have all the AV in sequence, please?
Tarun Joshi is a visionary entrepreneur transforming the global gifting industry through IGP and joint ventures. With a background in private equity and technology, he has managed over $500 million in investments. His leadership has earned him prestigious accolades, including Entrepreneur of the Year at the ET Entrepreneur Summit 2024 and D2C Leader of the Year at the ET Edna Awards 2024. A true game changer in the D2C ecosystem, Tarun continues to drive innovation and sustainability in e-commerce. Piyush Jain is the co-founder and CEO of Carepal Group, India's leading integrated healthcare financing platform combining power of healthcare crowdfunding, lending marketplace, and insurance broking. Piyush is ex-JP Morgan banker and BCG consultant. He incubated Impact Guru, now Carepal Group, at Harvard Innovation Lab and has helped raise over $175 million for 50,000 plus patients to fund their hospital bills over the last decade. He is a Wharton and Harvard alum and was featured in Fortune India 40 Under 40.
Hearty welcome, Carepal Group, Mr. Piyush Jain.
Shurya Agarwal is the founder of Flam, an AI-powered mixed reality content company founded in May 2021. Born and brought up in Ajmer, did schooling at Mayo College, Mayor School, and then graduated in computer science from BITS Pilani. just around graduation, started working on the deep tech AI infra, and in May 2021, launched Flam. He has since been featured on CNBC, Forbes 2230 U30 Asia, along with several publications, for high-quality work in building a global AI-powered mixed reality company.
Hearty welcome, Mr. Shaurya Agarwal from Flam.
Keaton Jain, CFO of Renee Cosmetics Private Limited, a company that is one of the leading makeup brands, aims to create a sensation in the cosmetic industry with innovation like never before. We bring to the modern women of India new age makeup with quality, colors, and class unparalleled.
Hearty welcome to Mr. Keaton Jain from Rennie. And now it's time to welcome our esteemed judges for the same. Ladies and gentlemen, without any hesitation, please put your hands together and give them a loud round of applause as we welcome Mr. Sridhar Iyengar, CFO, Mubadala Investment. Sir, may I humbly request you to take the honorable seat. Thank you for accepting to be a judge. And now, Mr. Raj Srinivasan, CEO, Bin Salem Group. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Moving on, Mr. Suresh Vaidyanathan, CEO, Al Ghazan Group. Last but never the least, Mr. Tarun Kandalwal, Startup Investor. All right, sirs. Can I get ready to go signals so that we can call our first speaker? Once our judges are ready. And my dear audience, are you ready? What a silent yes. Are you ready? Yes. Silence is not permitted, like I told you. We are here for Futuronomics, the evolution of opportunities, and let's see what we have in store. Sirs, do I have your permission to invite them? Thank you so much. Can I get a thumbs up from all of you? Oh yeah, the moment is captured. Thank you. So, firstly, let me welcome from IGP, Mr. Tarun Joshi.
Good morning, everyone. I am Tarun Joshi. I'm the founder of Joint Ventures. We are building world's largest celebration tech ecosystem, and I'll run you through over the next few minutes as to what all we are doing. So overall, there is a very, very large occasions market, and we started our journey more from non-resident Indians staying in 150 plus countries, trying to send gifts to their families. But overall, the scope of this opportunity is that almost 5 billion occasions are celebrated just by India and Indians living in various parts of the world. And those occasions are usually a combination of private occasions, which is your birthdays, anniversaries, as well as your public occasions. Like India celebrates almost like one festival every month, right from a Lodi Pongal in January to a Christmas New Year. And there is no single destination which actually exists where you can go and fulfill this. So that's the problem statement that we are trying to solve. How we are solving this, we followed a platform-first approach where today, about 60 million unique users visit our platform, which is on the front-end side. We sorted the back-end in such a manner that most of this demand is actually very last minute. So people remember an occasion right in the morning and they want a product either in a few hours or on the same day. So we created India's largest supply chain ecosystem to solve this. So every day we travel almost about 500,000 kilometers on our own bikes, delivering flowers, cakes, sweets, chocolates, dry fruits, Rakhi, Diwali, all those kind of products. So that's the approach that we took, which was a complete full stack D2C approach, that we own our own platform, we sell on that, and we own our own delivery mechanism via 100 plus dark stores. We recently entered Dubai last year, which has been a phenomenal success. But overall, a full stack approach would help us. This is an overview of how our sort of entire delivery ecosystem looks like. Obviously, we have these dark stores which cover most of the cities in India. We We almost like do things like midnight delivery. Like India has this whole popular thing, which is I want to bring a birthday on a midnight, right? So those kind of unique use cases are very, very popular. In terms of scale, as I was mentioning that we get about 60 million unique users. We do about 5 million orders a year. We have been growing since inception at about 50 to 70% year on year. We last year tracked about $50 million in revenue. Over the next 3 years, we are looking at growing about 4x in terms of all our metrics and becoming a $200 million revenue business. At the core of all this, there is a lot of technology. And my personal background is a lot of technology. So I was an aerospace scientist. I designed India's first fighter plane. Then I designed the world's first biometric ATM, even before iPhone came up with the concept that thumbprint or face print should be the future of financial security. Did private equity for about 10 years, realized what it takes to scale large businesses, and then started this out. So beauty is, what we essentially look at our consumers is, we are very aptly able to predict who is getting married. Because when you are celebrating an occasion, there are so many data points that you are giving. And those data points allow a company to understand you much better and provide you much more curated offerings. So our journey starts from probably younger days of college, going to probably having your kids getting married. So that's the life cycle that we have a consumer for us. Last, very proud of our team. We have a team of almost about 1,500 people in India. We have about 200 plus corporate team led by an excellent 9 CXOs who report to me. Broadly, the business runs so much on an autopilot, and I look at much more growth initiatives compared to running day to day. So that's from my side.
Thank you for that short but impressive presentation. I have a question. So you mentioned the customer life cycle. So is it that you start tracking it from the first transaction and keep a tab on the customer as he goes through various occasions or events, and then based on that you try to create opportunities for business?
Absolutely. So typically how our journey starts to pick up a lot more is post-formal education. Most Indians think of their first salary check about their parents. How can I send something back to my mom or my dad? Then after that, they start settling into a newer city. Their social graph starts to increase. They usually get into a relationship, get married, right? Then there is elevation of the family, which is your mom-in-law, father-in-law, nephew, nieces. After that, you have kids, and then there are kids' friends, and then the social graph keeps growing up and up. So this whole journey of us capturing via IGP, which is International Gifts Platform, which is our core platform solution, right, is usually attached to a consumer for at least about, would be for at least about 25 to 30 years of the whole journey. By the way, today, because India is so young, 68% of our consumers are below the age of 34. So we are expecting that we continue to ride with them over the next 25, 30 years.
Just another quick one. So can you tell us what's your customer acquisition strategy? How do you get customers on board, and how much you spend on that?
Yes, good question. So customer acquisition strategy is a combination of digital channels from where we acquire consumers, plus there is a lot of branding efforts that happen. Another advantage that we get is about 50% of our orders are when someone is buying a product and sending it to someone else. About 30 to 40% of the consumers who receive a product also end up becoming our consumers. So when we acquire a consumer, we are technically acquiring or spending 60% or 40% less amount of money, because that is going to reach two houses. One, someone who has received it, and the other is this. How much we spend money, we typically make money on our first order. So because there are three very beautiful parts to our business, right? It is very emotion driven. It is very last minute, it is very compulsive, which means anybody who comes is not coming to just browse or do window shopping. The conversion rates of these consumers are extremely, extremely high. And the third part is all our orders are actually prepaid orders. So the refunds and returns problem is very, very less in our business. So overall, from a unit economic standpoint, whatever money we spend, we are able to recover more than that actually in the first order itself.
Very interesting proposition. Couple of things, in fact, I had questions on. number one, what is the unique selling proposition and who else is out there servicing the same addressable market? And two, didn't really understand the the product categories and what is that one product or whatever you need to concentrate more on in the years to come?
Sure. So we are a category creator. It was earlier at a large scale, occasions were serviced by your horizontal large retailers. If you look at the online world, it used to be someone like an Amazon. But how Nykaa created a complete line of business for beauty and personal care. Similarly, this is a line of business which is getting created. One big difference between other purchases and this purchase is because it is so last minute. In a way, it is a verticalized version of quick commerce, which means I'm remembering it very last minute, but it is a vertical where I start going to. So if you ask me from a competition standpoint, we are creating a category. And that's why we had to create our own highway. There was no highway available, right? Now we are just placing our cars via various brands. In terms of what we sell, today we sell about 25% of our business happens from flowers. That is also because we do the top 50 weddings in the country as well. So if you would have seen every wedding at Jamnagar or Bombay, the bigger ones, right? All of them are done by us because our supply chain is so strong. We are able to maneuver about close to planes full of flowers, logistics-wise, 200, 300 trucks, right? Put about 1,200 florists because every day those people work for us. So executing a very, very large wedding in flowers business is also like executing one more Valentine's Day for us. Like it's the same amount of effort that goes. So 25% of the business is flowers, 25% of the business is actually food, right? Because in every celebration, especially Indians love to have food added. So whether it is cakes, whether it is sweets, chocolates, dry fruits, 25% is festival merchandise, which is your Rakhi, Diwali, all those products. And the balance 25% is home accessories and fashion accessories, which is I want a utility product which is placed on someone's desk or house, which gives or reminds that person. So that's how it is.
Thank you, Tarun. How do you stay ahead of the curve? Because you're dealing with really fickle customer population. That is one. Second thing is, I think the problem is not so much in delivery in India. You're also targeting international countries and cities. That's where you have a pain points. I have personally experienced many failed deliveries or delayed deliveries. How do you overcome such international deliveries, the problems associated with that?
Yes, so first I think you asked about the moat that we have, right? What is our key selling? Very important. See, over a period of time, as I was telling you in the journey, we typically get about 12 to 14 addresses of various recipients. If I were to ask you a question, do you remember your Mama Ji's PIN code? If you remember his birthday or if Facebook or Meta reminds you, you would still want to send something to him. But the question is at that time, you are not going to call someone and ask what is your PIN code, number one. Right? So that essentially becomes a big validation that all my address book is stored over there, all my calendar is stored over there, and they remind me in the right time, and they deliver a great product in a very, very short span of time. So the affinity towards a platform like this becomes very, very strong. Our average repeat rates stand at about 75%. Means 75% of the people who placed an order last year also end up placing an order this year. Because the stickiness of the platform is extremely strong. So that's the moat that we are building. Now comes the question of delivery. I think international deliveries, yes, and that was one of the reasons why we actually entered Dubai. So in India, we service about 30 cities via our own riders. Now, why riders are very critical? Because, see, in this emotional purchase, you don't know in 50% of the cases whom you have sent it to. The person you have sent the product to may not be available. You want a certain way in which that product should be delivered because it is representative of you over there, right? So that means someone has to be very polite, and if the recipient says, please wait for half an hour, the person will have to wait for half an hour, right? Please don't come now, come in the evening, he will have to do that. So the biggest question mark that happens is, do you control these deliveries in the right way is a very, very strong point in this business. International deliveries, wherever we are expanding, like Dubai, why we expanded? We got 60,000 consumers who were Indians who were using our platform to send the gifts to their families back home in India. All these people said, you give me a great service, why don't you come to Dubai? So again, we entered Dubai with a full stack solution, right? Where we moved about 25 people from our team from India, hired another 50 more, took a very large space, but kept this entire experience very, very good. Because that is where we differentiate in a big way. For example, you don't want, along with your gift, for someone to just send a bill, right? That would be demeaning, right? So these are very small, small nuances that we are doing to keep ourselves ahead of the game, apart from huge tech that we put. The tech, as I told you, is basically understanding you in a very subtle way as to how you are progressing in your life and how we should support you and help you to basically enhance your social graph in the best way. And that creates all the stickiness.
Hi. I think you've comprehensively answered all the business questions. I guess I'm told time is running out, so maybe I'll catch you offline then.
Sure. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And now, thank you. Now, we have a memento for you, Mr. Tarun Joshi, sir. Please, please, please. So I think that goes for a round of applause. Can we have you center stage, please? And may I request Mr. CA Ramesh Krishnan and CA Amit Pasari to please hand over the memento to Mr. Tarun Joshi. Can we have the memento, please? CA Ramesh Krishnan and CA Amit Pasari, please. Thank you so very much, sirs. And now it's time to welcome Mr. Piyush Jain on stage. Can we have Mr. Piyush on stage, please? Over to you and all the best.
Hi, good morning, all of you. I'm Piyush Jain. I'm the co-founder and CEO of CarePal Group and Impact Guru. And we are creating an AI-integrated healthcare financing ecosystem to help Indian patients who are uninsured or underinsured fund their hospital bills through a combination of crowdfunding, insurance broking, as well as lending marketplace. The photographs that you see here are just 4 out of the 50,000 patients for whom we have raised over $200 million now in donations since inception. The venture was incubated at Harvard. The global peers for us include GoFundMe in America, which is a $5 billion company, as well as Shweedy in China. My background, briefly, I did my undergrad at Wharton after growing up in India, spent 4 years at JP Morgan as an M&A investment banker in New York, Hong Kong, and London. 2 years at Harvard, which is where I did my thesis on donation crowdfunding. And I decided to spend 2 years at BCG before moving back to India to actually start this venture. It's been a 10-year journey and a great one for a lot of impact. So we are very lucky to be complemented by a world-class management team that leads a team of over 900 people now. The co-founders include Khushbu, which has a very strong marketing, communications, and design background. Vikas, who leads our product and tech and AI transformation. The crowdfunding, insurance, and lending teams have separate management teams with a whole host of wealth of experiences. So why is patient financing a multi-billion-dollar opportunity in India? Number one, out-of-pocket expense in India is amongst the highest in the world at 63%. Number two, and this is the most important thing, 70% of India's middle class has zero health insurance, right? The other 30% are underinsured with an average health insurance cover of only 3 lakh rupees. And why is that important? Because out-of-pocket medical expenses in India are increasing very rapidly with cancer, organ transplants, expenses exceeding 30, 40, 50 lakh rupees in India. And what does this all add up to? A very large financing opportunity every year, which is compounding at a 15% rate of growth because of high medical inflation. So why these three choices in terms of a business model? Donation, insurance, and lending. Because in India, that's how people fund their hospital bills. So critical illness can only be funded through crowdfunding, which is best suited for cancer, organ transplants, rare diseases and accidents, where our crowdfunding platform does over 4 donations per minute. We have even raised $2 million for a single child, where Prime Minister Modi himself intervened to reduce GST and custom duty on the import of these drugs. India, thank you so much. India also funds healthcare through loans, unsecured or secured by mortgaging gold. We have created a lending marketplace which reduces the cost of these loans to 0% by getting the hospitals to pay the interest subsidy. And this is best suited for elective treatments like a hip replacement, pregnancy, etc. And the long-term way of funding healthcare is insurance, where we have a broking license to distribute health products. So since our inception, we've raised about $175 million plus in donations. We've grown 80x since Dr. Apuv led our Series A round. We've had 50,000 patients through 4 million donors, and we are at a $15 million revenue run rate. Our Series C round is being led by Merck, the largest top 5 global pharma company. Our Series B was led by leading fintech, insurtech, private equity investors, including Apis, HealthQuad, Sony, Apollo Hospitals. So we have a very strong runway, and we are raising another growth round because we are very close to profitability, because we want to go and capture this market. Talking about UAE and specifically Abu Dhabi, I'm very pleased to share that we will be launching in Abu Dhabi in partnership with a local charity here in the next 1 to 2 months. Our local partner is Dr. Shamsheer Vayalil, the founder and chairman of Burjeel Hospitals, which is the largest private hospital chain in India. We've created a ADGM holding company where we've also raised investment locally here, and an Abu Dhabi mainland entity which will soon take the license. A lot of you may not know, but healthcare insurance, the amounts that people have is also not enough even in UAE. When people have advanced cancer, organ transplant, the mandatory 250,000 dirham in Abu Dhabi or 150,000 in Dubai is also insufficient. And this problem is only known by the local hospitals here. So what we are doing through a combination of all of these 3 businesses is basically creating a pioneering approach where in insurance, we will be challenging the policy bazaars of India. And in healthcare loans, we've already surpassed Bajaj in India in terms of our lending volumes. So finally, in conclusion, our business is creating this amazing triple infinity loop, which starts off with crowdfunding at the center. The patients and donors of the crowdfunding platform are cross-sold insurance, and anybody who is underfunded for crowdfunding can be given an unsecured or a secured gold loan. So we're looking to scale this up significantly in the next 5 years, and then we will IPO at a $100 million revenue run rate. Thank you so much.
I have a couple of quick questions. Okay, the first one is, what is your verification process? How do you make sure that the most deserving actually have access to the money that you deploy in the market? So do you have a certifying process or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a 4-step verification process. Step 1 is identity documentation of the patient and the patient family members, which is Aadhaar and PAN. Step 2 is medical documents, which is getting hospital bills, estimate letters. Step 3 is cross-verification with that hospital, with that doctor. And step 4 is controlling the supply of money. When people donate, all that money comes into our central bank accounts. And just like a health insurance company, we settle this money directly into the hospital against verified bills. So it's a foolproof process, which is why we've been able to help 50,000 patients since inception. And we continue to refine this process, learning from various insurance companies who are processing even volumes more than us for a very, very long time.
Hi, Piyush. So essentially in your business model, does the hospital pay you, or do you take money from, from the crowdfunding side of things? So let's say a certain percentage of the money collected in the crowdfunding.
Yeah. So we have both of those models, and our model at scale is to get hospitals, pharma companies to pay the bulk of the fees. We also have a tipping structure. You know, unlike what some people assume, 60 to 70% of the millions of donors who donate, they actually give us a very, very handsome tip. In certain cases, we also charge the customer. So it's a combination of all of these, which is exactly how crowdfunding works globally.
How do you, I mean, why is your platform preferred to, let's say, Policy Bazaar or the peer-to-peer lending platforms?
Yeah.
What is your distinguishing feature?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So let's first of all talk about critical illness. If somebody needs 30, 40, 50 lakh rupees for a cancer or organ transplant in 3 to 7 days' time, will they be able to fund that? Given India's GDP per capita is only $3,000. There's only one way. What do people do in India? Beg, borrow, steal for funding healthcare. So people prefer to raise money on our platform because it's highly transparent, very, very fast, where people can raise this money in 3 days' time. If we talk about health insurance in India, specifically, why is a country with 50 health insurance companies having such a huge problem in terms of under-penetration of the middle-class population? Why? That's because health insurance is very expensive. A 5 lakh rupees cover in India costs over 10,000 rupees. And people are struggling to sell that. What do? We sell a innovative product where on a 5 lakh deductible, we sell 60 lakh rupees top-up coverage at the same cost of 10,000 rupees. Now, which one is better? So we are able to do this through very, very innovative structuring and partnership with insurance companies and bringing low-cost solutions to the Indian market, which is what the need is. And on the lending side, it's the same thing. Who will sell more TVs? A Samsung or a Sony or an Amazon or Flipkart kind of a marketplace. So our marketplace increases the chance of success of loans, the quantum of loans, which is why we are the preferred partner for hospitals. So that's the reason why we are the preferred choice for Indian people to fund healthcare.
Plan a little bit more details of next round, or what is the ask basically, and if it is a funding round, what is the usage that you are foreseeing?
Right. So as I said, our Series C round is already ongoing with the lead investors already established. 80% of the round is already stitched. The objective of this money is really to invest in AI. We're also looking at potentially some acquisition opportunities and to go deeper into the lending and insurance play. While we have raised separate money for the Middle East, we are starting with UAE, but we will soon go to Saudi Arabia and Egypt after a successful launch in Abu Dhabi and subsequently in Dubai. So most of the proceeds are going to be used for this. We fundamentally want to build a profitable, sustainable company because that's what creates long-term value for all shareholders. So valuation of the company we can discuss offline. Yeah.
The healthcare majors, the vendors of, from pharma and equipment companies.
Yeah.
Do they play any role as donors or from the CSR or they are not part of this ecosystem?
So 99.9% of the donors who donate on Impact Guru are actually individuals with an average donation of $20 US. And a big round of applause for UAE, which is the third largest country for donations after India and the US on our platform. And I'm sure UAE will soon be number 2. We do have a huge CSR non-profit setup where we get over $15 million of donations from various banks, pharma companies, hospitals, etc. But a lot of the CSR money in India, as all of you are experts in finance and accounting, is used for preventive healthcare programs. So that's where we put a lot of effort to do rural ambulances in villages to ensure people don't become sick where they suddenly are diagnosed with stage 3 or stage 4 cancer. So looking forward to working here with the ecosystem, and thank you so much to ICAI and Dr. Rapu for the opportunity. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Piyush. May I request you to please stay back to receive this memento? Thank you so very much. And I request CA Srinivas Acharya and CA Ankit Kothari to kindly hand over the same. An applause means no harm, but it leaves an etched memory that will be cherished for a lifetime. And it boosts a confidence that can be a motivation for a lifetime. But for us, as audience, when we give it to someone, it is a very simple thing to do. But for them, it is more precious than any accolades or award in the world. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Piyush. And now, before I welcome Mr. Shaurya Agarwal, can we have the video, please? And I'd like to draw your attention to the AV. Let me welcome Mr. Shaurya Agarwal on stage, please, from FLAM Mixed Reality Infrastructure.
Hello everyone, I'm Shaurya, founder of FLAM. Hope you liked the video and understood what exactly we're trying to do at a very high level. FLAM is a deep tech AI infrastructure for marketers, creators, governments, and organizations to publish mixed reality content. Now I think before we dive deeper into what the product is and why exactly we are building it, it's important to understand what exactly is mixed reality. Mixed reality is nothing fancy, but it's a type of content. Just like text is a type of content, image is a type of content, videos is a type of content. Mixed reality is a new type of content which is 10x more engaging, more exciting, more interactive than anything that we have seen or experienced in the past. Now, why do we need mixed reality? So if you think how internet has evolved over the last 25, 30 years, we are basically moving towards more engaging content. We started with text-based content on Orkut, Yahoo Messenger, Facebook in early days. From text, we transitioned into images on Instagram, Flickr, and the whole internet got image-centric. We further transitioned into videos on TikTok, Musical.ly, Dubsmash. Everything is a video today. So if you look at this transition from text to images to videos, we are basically moving towards more engaging content. And this will continue, and the world will move beyond videos into a type of content which is 10x more engaging. And that is what we are calling mixed reality. FLAM is transforming literally a $1 trillion plus industry across all touch points that we can imagine in traditional media as well as digital media. Whether it's TV, whether it's digital, retail, print, out of home, everything, communication and marketing will move beyond videos, and that's a $1 trillion market size. It's super fascinating to actually realize that in the last 10 months of introducing the product, we have taken more than 100 global brands live on FLAM platform. These are like literally like brands which are aspirational for me personally, like Google, Samsung, Emirates. These are brands I used to think that these are brands which are generational brands. And when these brands actually end up using your platform just because the tech is so advanced, that's like super fascinating and inspiring. In the last 10 months of introducing FLAM, more than just the number of brands which are using us, I think millions of users have started to experience the mixed reality content as a whole. And we have grown from 0 to 10 million in revenue run rate in less than 10 months. We started in March last year. We booked like $30,000 in revenues in a month. In December, we booked more than $1 million in revenues. By the end of this year, by the end of 2025, we should be getting to $3 million in monthly bookings. And by the end of 2026, we should be close to $10 million in monthly bookings. So that's the that's the speed at which Flam is growing. Although it's very cliche to talk about changing the world and like people talk about putting a dent in the universe, but I deeply believe that if you build great technology, if you build great product, the world before and after your existence completely changes. And I think it's been personally very exciting for me to see when we introduced Flam, nothing of this sort ever existed. Like before Flam existed, there were two infrastructures available for the last 15 years. One is an app-based infrastructure. So you have to download an app to essentially use a particular product, or you use a particular product on a browser. I think these are the only two infrastructures on which people actually end up using any kind of a use case or a platform, right? For the very first time, Flam introduced app-less, browser-less infrastructure. So without any app download, without any requirement of a browser, literally on native phone camera, you can experience the entire content in action. This has been a game changer. Brands, companies, organizations never came across anything like this. Like literally, for me, the game changer day was when Google started to use our platform. We have been advertising on Google for the last 3 years since we started the company. We have been using Google for all our ads. And for the first time, Google used Flam for their advertising. And I think that's the power of building great technology, great products. It changes the world before and after you. Obviously, there are multiple critical modules that we have developed as a part of this infra, which is like, so let me explain some of these things very quickly. Whatever content you have seen till date, whether it's like images, videos, text, all of that is linear communication. So you watch a video and you're just watching a video passively. You have an image in front of you on a newspaper or on like wherever it is, you're just like watching that particular image, right? Flam essentially, when it talks about mixed reality, it is much beyond immersive content. It is essentially non-linear storytelling. So when you're watching content, you can interact with it and essentially change the way or what you essentially watch in that whole story, which is now possible through voice and touch interactions that you can do on the camera. For the very first time, we have introduced, and this is the main reason why Samsung, Google both, and by the way, I'm sure all of you know this, but like Samsung and Google are spending billions of dollars every year in their own mixed reality research. They are working on the hardware, they're working on the software aspect of it. They're building like almost all the layers that are required. They are ending up using Flam because of this very critical thing. We have been able to build our own graphic library, because of which you can now render realistic 3D content on the smartphone. You don't need any special hardware. On your smartphone, you can enable that. So there are multiple critical modules which make this infra a game changer infra in itself. Yeah, I think I'm personally too much obsessed about all these brands, so I keep talking about them. But I think this is the last slide before we start Q&A. The whole idea of mentioning these brands, so these brands can use you once, and then you can feel good about it, right? But when they make you part of their strategy, that's when you have real sustainable business. Just like any brand, for example, today has a print strategy for their marketing. They have TV strategy, they have Facebook strategy, they have Google ad strategy. These brands are now keeping Flam as a part of their marketing strategy. So 10% of what they are spending on their marketing is now going to be spent on Flam, which means that let's say Google is spending $40 million on Google Pixel advertising, $4 million every year they'll be spending on Flam. And this is very powerful because now you're a part of their marketing stack. You're not just like one-off campaigns. And all these large brands are thinking about Flam in the same fashion, which brings us to a point. Again, it's been 10 months that we have introduced the product. We are at a 10 million revenue run rate today. We have a $50 million revenue pipeline at this point. I am projecting that we will get to 30-40 million run rate by the end of this year, but it can be much more than that. And the whole reason for that is because we are signing enterprise deals with all these large companies. that's about it. I think we would love to generate more business. So if you are trying to advertise, if you're trying to like communicate better, please do get in touch. That's about it. Oh, I think this is the last. Yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shaurya. You're basically taking us into the metaverse.
Sorry?
You're basically taking the users into the metaverse.
You can call it metaverse, but metaverse was perceived in multiple ways after like Facebook tried to project it in a particular fashion. Metaverse is nothing fancy, it's like 3D internet. So the moment 2D internet becomes more engaging, more non-linear, more engaging, and immersive, I would say, that's metaverse, you can call it. Yeah.
Right. So you have companies like Pixar, DreamWorks. Where do you think you score over them?
So I think why I mentioned about the world looks different before and after certain things, like Uber is that kind of a company, Facebook is that kind of a company, Google is that kind of a company. That only happens when you fundamentally change something. So I think we are not an application layer, first of all. We are at an infra layer. We are basically an infra layer. Before Flam existed, there were two infrastructures, right? Like, which is like app download based infra and like browser based infra. We have built a completely new infra, which was never thought or imagined before. Now, if you have enabled that infra and if you have like protected that, like we have like filed 15 plus patents on that infra itself. So any company that wants to enter into metaverse or mixed reality, they will have to leverage our infra to build applications on top of it. So I think it eliminates, I would say 99% of the competitive landscape because you're like the fundamental they will have to use.
I think you almost preempted the next question.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Very fascinating, very innovative idea.
Thanks.
So the question was, maybe if you expand on just the previous answer that you just gave, it's a fantastic moat you have created, but is it just an early mover advantage, or how do you continue to deepen and widen that moat?
You're talking about the technology part?
As in the infra part of it, saying, is it, and you mentioned maybe patents and stuff like that, so is it that what will drive the competition away, or not using that same infra highway, let's call it that?
So, see, I can give you a technical answer, and I'll give you that answer also. But I think a much better way to explain this is, again, the same point. Whenever Google and Samsung, especially these two companies, if they try to leverage any other technology company for their any use case, whether it's communications, marketing, ads, whatever it is, right? They don't do it because mostly they have it all internally ready, or they can make it ready in like 2 months, right? If they decide to use someone, they do a diligence for a very long time. And once they think that, okay, we can't do it or don't want to do it because of whatever internal financial analysis or like time, effort, all of that, then they end up using you, right? They used us, and now they want to leverage this for the entire year. They're making Flam part of their annual operating plan. They do that when you have a roadmap of how this infra continues to become more and more comprehensive in terms of capabilities and like features and all of that. So I think this infra today also is, there's no competition to the infra. It's extremely hard to build. But more importantly, we are building it at a very fast pace, like more parts to it. Like for example, I mentioned about the voice interaction. Voice interaction means that, let's say if I have Shah Rukh Khan in front of me, in mixed reality, right? I can watch Shah Rukh on my camera right in front of me, and it looks like it's real Shah Rukh Khan, right? And I can talk to him, and he will respond to me real time. Now, when you keep on adding features like this to your infra, it almost becomes unbeatable over time. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully that helps.
Just to understand clearly, so you have to scan on the collateral of the client, right? So it could be a brochure or anything like that, right? And that kind of drives the user to the backend of your client, like be it Google or Samsung. And then they're able to experience what they see on the screen. Is that my understanding right?
I'm unable to get the question again. Can you please come again on this?
Yeah, like you mentioned a customer, right? So if I were to scan that QR code, so it's not actually embedded in my phone, right? It's not an app.
Yeah, understood, understood. Quick parallel. So basically, just like YouTube is a platform to play videos, right? You click on any YouTube link and the YouTube platform opens up and you can watch the video. Similarly, Flam is a platform to play mixed reality content, right? Now, mixed reality content can be accessed in two ways. If it's a traditional medium like a print, then you scan the QR code, you enter our camera and you can watch content. If, let's say, you want to do it on the phone itself, you can do it through a link. You don't have to scan any QR code. So it's embedded on the phone itself. You do not have to have a collateral in front of you to scan all the time. Scanning is only needed for traditional channels like print or television, or let's say large billboards, you can scan airport ads and all of those things. Or let's say product packaging, you have to scan it, right? If it's the mobile ad, you don't have to scan, click, and just watch.
And what's the sustainability of your the tech stack? Given
Sustainability of the stack?
Yeah, because with all the developments that are happening on the AI side, so you know that a lot of transformation happening there. Does it have any serious impact on your cost model?
It's a positive impact on us because the phones get better, and then obviously the quality of delivery of content becomes better. So it's always helpful to us. Like Netflix has a positive gain if phones become better or laptops become better. It's the same thing for us. Yeah. Is there anything else? Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you so much. May I request CA Padmanabh Acharya and CA Neeraj Ratolia to kindly hand over the memento to Mr. Shaurya Agarwal. Thank you so very much and all the very best. Last but never the least, we have one more speaker whom I'd like to welcome onto the stage, Mr. Ketan Joshi. Can we have Mr. Ketan Joshi on stage, please? All the best.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think full of tech presentation, and probably from tech, I'm taking back you to the modern age of selling products. But slightly different way. It's a new age business, so definitely the selling practices is quite different than what probably was happening earlier. But again, it's a traditional business where we are selling products and we are not selling services or anything. But thank you to all the techies. Because of them, this is what is we could make it possible. What you could also see in all the probably presentation is the vibrant colors. And that's what we bring to the table. It's a color cosmetic company. We have started in 2020 with an aspiration to become most loved brand in India. There was a lot of competition at that point in time. There was multiple companies which has actually, if I look at 2020 when we started, there were at least 10 to 12 companies in this particular ecosystem, which was there for almost 15 to 20 years. And that clutter market is where we entered. But our aspirations are very clear that we want to bring something to the table which probably they have not. Bring smile to the consumer which they are looking for. Bring convenience to the consumer which they are looking for. If a lady is carrying a purse, she should not carry too much of makeup item, and probably combine in a way that probably with one particular product, she can actually do everything what she want to do in her day. So with that aspiration, we have started this business. These three gentlemen started this business. Two of them are serial entrepreneurs. They created a first business called Beardo, which was again a first of its kind in male grooming segment in India. They sold that business to Marico, and then they created a second brand called Villain. They sold that business to Mensa within the span of 11 months. And this is the third business which they have created. And within a span of 4.5 years, we are almost touching a 500 crore ARR. So quickly, it's again a full stack color cosmetic business, which is again a segment across entire face, eyes, lips, face and hair. The key of the business has been always the innovation, because that's how the entire any CPG business has been created. So innovation not only in product, but the way we are delivering it, the way we are communicating to the consumer. So probably when you see any ad, probably they were more focusing on features. For us, we have been always harping around some new way of communicating to the consumer in either a music video or providing a features in such a way that it become a jingle in people's mind, so that anytime they go to a market, to a shop, something that always comes to their mind. So that probably a way we could at least target consumer. We are at 450 crore ARR revenue. Again, it's changing every month. A journey which has started with a mere a 6 crore business and going to almost touching a 5 crore annual revenue, and with an ARR of upward of that. We are in the center, so we believe that a right mix of aspiration and price point is important. You cannot be very, very high aspirational and a low price, or probably a very, very low aspirational and high price. So you really need to be mixed at a mid-level. So that's what we target. We are playing in very, very large segment, but within this segment, again, we are sitting on the top to make sure that you always take a best pie of the cake. So beauty, within the entire BPC segment, beauty segment is the segment which is growing at a very, very fast pace in India. Definitely there is an aspirational, there is a money which is in the hand, and that's why the spending power is increasing, and that's where we are growing. So we are growing, the category is growing at 15%, we are growing at 100%. So that's exactly what we are doing in the market. It's a right mix. I'll probably take one slide of this. This probably talk about why we are successful. So we have always bring something to the table which was not there in the market. So we started with a brand called Fab 5, which is actually creating a 5 lipstick into one shade. So a basic problem that a girl, whatever they are wearing in the morning, they don't want to wear in the evening. And how you actually provide the multi-shades thing which they can utilize, which they can put every time when at different occasions. So probably if there is an office, there is at home, there at evening the party, how they can probably with one stick, they can manage their entire life. The second, probably what you can see is a black lipstick pink turning into pink. So there was a PH lipstick which was always available in the market. But how this marketing this entire piece that the black lipstick is turning your lips to the pink, which basically using your saliva to convert your lips to the pink, whichever way, whichever pH levels you have. So creating those innovative products, marketing it, and reaching out to consumer has been our USP, and that's where we have been built this business. So this is the team, probably 3 founders and 2 of us probably bring an experience of a new age people which comes through and innovate, and probably a senior people who actually bring the process and the structure to this entire madness. So that's where we are at Rane.
Fantastic. So I think obviously business requires a lot of marketing dollars. Can you give us a sense of your LTV to CAC? What's your CAC? What's LTV? Stickiness, customer cohort, if you can just throw some light, and some unit economics.
Sure. So again, a different channel have a different CAC. Again, it's an omni-channel play. We cannot play only on D2C. We can track only D2C because that's where the data is available. Most of the other places, the data we try to capture, but the data is not so rich available. So on our website, our AOV is 600 and our CAC range between 350 to 400 rupees. AOV is growing. It has started at 400 rupees 2 years back. It has moved to a 600 rupees, and it is going upward to 750 rupees. That's on D2C level. But if I look at the total overall ACOS percentage, ACOS percentage has moved down from almost a 65% to 45% now. And in the journey to become a 35% in any FMCG, digital FMCG company, that's where it will be.
Disclaimer note, we are not the best persons to ask the questions. I think the ladies would be in a better position to ask questions. But whatever little we can understand, you are basically, what we understand is you basically traditional products, a modern way of, you're modernizing them, probably adding a better layer of tech. How do you maintain the moat, going forward? What's your USP? Why would a customer stick to your product compared to, some of these probably innovations can be easily done by the existing companies which have got 100 years of history.
Okay, so there are two things which happens. Definitely innovation play a very, very critical role. And in innovation, the first mover advantage is very, very critical. So whatever we do, there are two things which is happening. A digital age company like us, the innovation speed is faster as compared to any traditional company. For any traditional company to bring out this innovation, they will take at least 18 months to 2 years because of their processes. For us, bringing out any product to the market ranging between a 4-month to a 6-month cycle, depending on the stability which we put on the table. So we are basically taking all the hygiene parameters of a traditional company, putting an execution speed which is on top of it, and the innovation probably providing the convenience to the consumer, because till now, it was always to provide a value add to the consumer has been a mode for every company. What we have added is a convenience, that if a person want a convenient product, how to make sure you do a convenience in packaging or in product to make sure that you are solving some problem of a consumer.
Your fulfillment is managed internally, or it's you use third party for the last mile, for the deliveries, For deliveries, no. So
yeah. we are omni-channel play. For the B2C deliveries, definitely we have the tech in-house tech to make sure that basis the distance and the NPS score where to deliver whom to allocate the goods. And for marketplaces, definitely we have the entire marketplace piece. For offline presence, again, we are the first one. We actually thought that when we are actually launching something digitally and doing a market digitally, we have to make sure the goods are available in the offline channel. So we actually started offline slightly early on as compared to any other digital age company, because they probably what they did, they were trying to figure out that whether the brand is working, and then they were going offline. But what we understood is the offline presence actually plays role in the brand building. It is not about selling only. It is also about the brand recall and the brand marketing, which also happens through offline. And hence you will see our stores in airports and all premium malls. And we are also present in a lot of the beauty stores with our kiosk, because that's where the marketing happens, touch and feel of the product, you can actually give it to them. So in a color cosmetic, it is also important how something will look good on them. So although you do all the tech, but a female always wants something to touch. So it's important to do that.
So what's your offline to online ratio?
So our online is 65%, 35% is offline.
No more questions. Thank you, Ketan. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ketan Joshi, to receive a memento from CA Harish and CA Ashish Bhandari. And all the very best. Thank you so very much, Mr. Ketan Jain, and all the very best. Now, moving on to the next session. Can we have the AV first, please? For Dr. Apurva.
Dr. Apurva Ranjan Sharma is a pioneering force in India's startup ecosystem, with 20-plus years of experience in incubation and mentoring. A PhD holder in incubation and UC Berkeley alumnus, he has established many incubators, including the first incubator set up by Department of Science and Technology, Gov of India. Since then, he has been actively contributing towards startup ecosystem growth across India. As co-founder of Venture Catalyst Plus Plus, he has built one of the world's top 10 early-stage investment platforms. He is also an active member of key government committees, including the AIF Committee for Angel Funds, SEBI, Startup Corporate Governance Committee, and Scheme Management Committee of SAMRI Fund, MEDI, Gov.of India.
Check.
So first of all, thank you very much for giving the opportunity. You have seen the startups which we have developed that talks about what we do. We've done 500 plus investments, run about 7 unicorns and 100 plus unicorns in India. So I will talk only 5 minutes and touch upon what startups are doing to our economy in India. There are two things which are happening. One is disruption. The second is innovation. So you have seen Flam today. This idea was not in existence. When Google is using them,
Indira Gandhi, to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, to Dr. Manmohan Singh, and now to Narendra Modi, who have worked unitedly and sent a message to the world that when it comes to our sovereignty, when it comes to India being a responsible nuclear power, India speaks in one voice.
Wonderful.
And I think that style of leadership, that style of politics is essential, not just for India, but for the world. Because I think when we look at how divided the world is, how divided Western democracies are in terms of their politics, we see what's happening between Ukraine and Russia. We see what's happening in the Middle East. I really believe, Shri, that India, because of its spiritual, philosophical tradition, has the diplomatic, the philosophical means to move the world towards peace. So if we are able to demonstrate that domestically, the world will take notice. And for global problems, India will become the solution.
Super. Milind, you just spoke about style of leadership. And learning starts at home. You had a fantastic person in your dad and your mom, who was a notable sportswoman, in fact. So, yes, please talk about them and how did they shape the style of leadership that we see today in you. But other than your parents, who else were your key influences or mentors in your journey?
You know, I would say my mother, you're right, she's a national level bridge player. I'm not sure if she's a sports person, but she's won a medal in the Asian Games for India. So I'm very proud of what she's achieved as well. And you'll be surprised if I answer this question honestly.
Okay.
A lot of my heroes are not, and my icons are not politicians.
Which is okay.
They are actually musicians.
Oh, wow.
And I learn a lot about politics. I learn a lot about people. I learn a lot about working together, teamwork from musicians. And I say this as a guitar player and a musician myself. I think the dynamics between a band have more lessons in them for leadership, for governance, for bridging divides, for suppressing egos, for the greater good than politicians do. So my heroes are mainly musicians.
Okay.
But I think that, I don't want to sound cliche, but I really believe today when I travel around the length and breadth of the country, and I meet young people, many of whom, venture capital funds like Apurva are investing in, who come from very, very humble backgrounds. Financial backgrounds, very, very humble backgrounds, very limited education, but have brilliant ideas to solve very indigenous Indian problems. I truly believe these people, if they're given the right platform, the right backing, the right government support, the right financial support, are far more disruptive and innovative than the Elon Musks of the world. I really believe that. They may not be able to speak in Silicon Valley English and use those technical terms. I don't know if you agree with me or not. But their ability to analyze a problem, to find an Indian solution to that problem, is unprecedented. I mean, a very small example. Of course, Bhavesh Agarwal, my friend who developed Ola, few innovations compared to Uber. The fact that Uber said you can only book the taxi on your app. He said you can also book it on the phone. Uber said you can only pay on your credit card. He said in India, people like to pay cash.
Correct.
Just few innovations.
Yeah.
And it transformed the market completely. So Indians are very good at those things. Indians are very good at also adopting global technologies, making it Indic. And I think those areas are where we can really develop platforms of the future that can compete with the US and China. I also believe that, when we talk of technology, today the war that's happening, I wouldn't say a war, but the competition between America and China on many technologies. Today the current technologies are, robotics, drones, defense. The future technologies will be quantum computing, nuclear fusion, not nuclear fission, space exploration, deep drilling. I think artificial intelligence, India has to choose its niches and develop those niches where it's neither on China's radar or it's neither on America's radar. And I think those niches will allow India to catapult in the next 10 years, 20 years and become a leader in those technologies.
Wonderful. I think you've already spoken about the next one. In fact, I just want, you spoke about reinvention. And in one of, I was just going through some of your recent speeches. And in one of your recent speeches, I think this was to Think School Ganesh. And Ganesh was one of the speakers, by the way, a couple of years back at the seminar here. Think School? Okay, yes. Yeah? So you talk of reinventing oneself as individuals and as government. And more importantly, it was reimagine and rethink, to quote your words. The conceptual reference, in fact, in your speech was to Mumbai, and you just spoke about competing with Dubai, Abu Dhabi. This was exactly the contextual reference that you used in your speech, saying our benchmarking to rethink about Mumbai should be very different. Most of us here, almost all of us here, can relate to that because we all work in corporates, and in corporates, all these terms are there. You yourself are an MBA. So talk to us more from your vantage point as a policy maker and as government, rethinking, reimagining, all these are, at least for me, foreign for a policy maker. So where does that come from?
See, the first thing when you enter politics is you have to forget all your private sector experience. Because the idea of, processes, you put in so much input and you expect so much output.
Right.
These things don't work in politics.
Yeah.
And it took me a long time to realize that, and a lot of frustration in the early days of my political career. Because I came back thinking, let's put these systems in place.
Right.
And then you would put those systems in place, and within 1 month, those systems would fall apart. Policy making and implementing policies. Firstly, there are two big differences between making a policy and implementing a policy. But at the heart of it is understanding politics. And I think in politics, the first lesson is being ready and comfortable to just go with the flow. But yet having a direction.
Mhm.
So in business, typically, if you say, I want to reach the end of the room, you say, I will mark out the path and it should go this way. And when it diverges a bit, you can always bring it back. In politics, you have to be ready that the path to get to the end of the room will be here, there, out of that door, back from that door,
Yeah.
from here, and then you reach the end of the room. The only thing you have to try to do is to ensure that you speed it up.
Mhm.
And that also is now facing a lot of disruptions.
Mm.
Now, if you look at Donald Trump's style of leadership, it's a very unpredictable style of leadership. It's something which, frankly, the world has never seen. You announce a tariff on Mexico, and the next day you withdraw that tariff on Mexico. You 1 minute say, I'm putting pressure on Russia to stop the war. The next day you call Zelensky of Ukraine a dictator. But that's how politics has become. And that's the nature of my profession today. There was a time when politics was also very, very predictable. You knew that it won't be a straight line, but you knew that it will be a zigzag line. Today it can be in any direction. And today it's become multi-dimensional. It's no longer 2D or 3D. So I think, for policy makers, for politicians, for people in government, for bureaucracy, we live in a very rapidly changing world. And just like the private sector, whether you're an accountant, whether you're a finance professional, whether you work in a technology company, you are facing disruptions in your industry. You have to think about in 5 years, 10 years, whether your profession, whether your job will be completely disrupted or not. I think in the same way, we as politicians have to think about our own jobs. And when I say job, I'm not talking about career preservation. But what will the nature of democracy look like? The nature of democracy is being disrupted. So I would only say that, in a world which is so rapidly changing, be flexible, learn to adapt, learn to improvise, and learn to overcome. Adapt, improvise, overcome.
Wonderful.
That's the mantra to face the disruptions of today.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I hand it over to the audience, and I'm sure the audience is extremely eager to ask you questions, Milind, I just have one last question. Sitting now, telling that 22-year-old, what is that piece of advice you would give to the young Milind, and why?
What advice would I give
What
to...
advice would you give to your 22-year-old?
I would actually, Shri, do the opposite.
Okay.
I would take advice from that 22-year-old. I think that 22-year-old has more advice. And look, let's be honest. When you're young, you actually know more about who you are. As you get older and you accumulate baggage, you forget the core value of and your ideals and why you are doing what you're doing. So I actually reflect on that young 22-year-old who agreed to enter this profession of public life, not even politics, even before politics, with that same idealism, that same degree of, as we say in Hindi, bhulapan. Not sure which way it will turn out. And that 22-year-old knew Milind better than the 48-year-old Milind knows him. So I would learn more from that person than the other way around.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, big round of applause to Milind. Turn it over to the audience. If anyone has questions, please. I can see a hand go up there. A couple of backbenchers. Please. Can someone pass a mic, please?
Thank you, Milindji. It was a good, reflecting your, what are the ideas you have implemented and how you have done. One quick thing I just want to ask you, when we have been talking about the Ola, Uber and other things, it just came to my mind today what is happening. They're taking about 18% of the share from the drivers and things which has been happening, which is affecting the drivers who have been using it. And if the government comes with some pack, a sort of a tool which can be directly be implemented, it can help them more because the profit for them also will be more on that part. Thank you.
There were a couple of backbenchers I saw, and then somewhere in the middle.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. I think it was really amazing to listen to you. One question. Growing up, I always thought that politics is all about, being older, 40 years and above. Then we enter the politics. With an experience, people vote for you. But after I saw you, long back, 10 years back when I was in Bombay doing my CA, I thought, there is a chance that somebody like you, young person coming in the politics and completely changing that South Bombay part, So what do you advise people like us, I being 32 years old now, let's say we want to serve country. How do we join a party, or how do we enter into some segment where we can contribute politically? So that's my question to you, sir.
I couldn't hear. Can you repeat, please?
There's a problem with the sound.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Was your question, what should young people like you do?
Yeah, so I mean to say that if, let's say, a young person like me or somebody like, 32 years old want to come in the politics, serve the country, because you started very young at your age. So how do we start?
You can take my job. If you want to enter politics, look, I'll be honest with you. If I was not the son of a well-known politician, there's no way I would have become an MP at 27. So it's unfair that people from a political class are given this undue advantage and a quick path to success. But having said that, we are a minority. A vast majority of people who have succeeded in politics certainly come from no political background. The answer to how can you shape politics does not necessarily mean you have to enter politics. To be very candid with you, entering politics, as I said, is not everyone's cup of tea. It's a very different profession. It's a very difficult profession. It's a demanding profession. It takes up a lot of your personal time. But there are many ways which you can contribute, influence politics, beyond being directly involved, joining a party. Chartered accountants like yourself, who are so well-traveled, well-informed, have so much experience from countries around the world, there is a huge amount of information that resides within each of you. There is a huge amount of information that resides within your associations. Governments allowing that information to pass through to them, allowing that feedback to reach ministry offices is very, very critical. So having some form of lateral entry where young people who have the backgrounds that you have, who can enter government, serve in government, I think is one very effective way where you can determine politics, policy, shape the future of the country. The second way which you can influence politics today, even if you're living in Abu Dhabi, as an Indian citizen who's an NRI, you can vote, you can participate today on social media, and I really believe that the advent of social media has really changed the nature of political participation in India and around the world. You can be sitting anywhere, but you can create enough pressure on the government, on a ministry, on a particular politician to take action. So, and I see this as a politician in the way parties are run. There was a time 20 years, 30 years ago where every political party in India needed its karyakartas to take a leaflet, to go door to door, ring a bell, put that leaflet in someone's home and say, this is who the candidate is, this is what the party is, this is what the policies are, this is what's in the manifesto. Frankly, today, you just need to send a WhatsApp message on 100 groups and that goes viral on its own. That's your karyakarta. So I think the nature of political participation has completely changed. And I would say that's one easy way to participate, to influence. But certainly, more of people like you being advisors to the government, formally, informally, directly, indirectly, would be a huge service for India.
Milind, mindful we are standing between the audience and lunch, but maybe a couple of more questions if there is any further questions. Anyone? Richie? Yeah?
Sorry, in the interest of time, we'll just take this as a last question.
I cannot afford to keep chartered accountants hungry.
No.
The creativity goes down, by the way.
Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Milind, for your enlightened talk. One, question I have, I went back to India after staying here for 45 years, and of course, I pay income tax. In India, only 3% of the people pay income tax. And in many countries, it is nearly 40 to 50% in many Western countries. What is keeping the Indian government back to increase the tax base? Why it is not getting more people involved in paying the taxes? Is it due to poverty or because lack of infrastructure in the government?
Thank you, Mr. D'Souza. Well, number one, 2/3 of our country, of our population that are dependent on the agrarian economy, don't pay income tax. There's no income tax on agricultural income. But the good news is that while the direct tax collections, the number of people paying direct taxes, of which income tax is a part, is very low. I think with the advent of GST, you are seeing a huge shift towards indirect taxes. So people who otherwise are escaping the income tax, direct tax net, have now come under the indirect tax net. And GST revenues are becoming a primary source of revenue for the government of India and then passing it on to state governments. So this is an area where at one level, while you need to increase the tax base, and the way to do that, as we've seen, is when tax rates used to be 90%, you had very, very low compliance. Today now, when you have a corporate tax rate of technically 23%, you're seeing much, much higher compliance. When you see personal income tax rates come down, you see the threshold increase to 12 lakh rupees, you will see greater compliance. But the truth is that a country which has chosen not to tax 2/3 of its population can still bring them under the tax net, not directly, but indirectly through GST.
Thank you. Thank you so much. One last question. Go ahead. Sorry. Ladies. Ladies are there? Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Are you asking the question on their behalf? Okay. You're representing 4 women.
Sir, I'm sure my question will be addressing the whole hall over here. Myself, Nishit, I'm also from Mumbai. My question is, with the digital India and the lot of loud spoken about the way we are moving globally on electronic, what keeps the government not to take any action to bring crores of voters who are NRI and can easily be made a part to go in the embassies and cast their votes?
Good question, very good question. My simple answer to you would be the politics of elections and EVMs in India to start with. Forget about NRIs coming to vote through the means of technology.
Yeah.
Even the use of EVMs, unfortunately, is a very subjective debate in our country. So those who, for instance, say EVMs are faulty, they won't blame EVMs when they win an election. But when the election is lost, then there's something to do with EVMs. I think that one thing we have to do, firstly, is lay to rest this debate in our country about our electoral system. There are certain areas, for instance, funding of political parties, electoral funding, which needs a lot of reforms. But today I can say with great confidence, as somebody who travels around the world, sees and studies electoral systems around the world, especially in the developed world, that India has undoubtedly, and as someone who's fought 5 elections, India has the most robust electoral system in the world, and a system that we can be proud of. There's no doubt in my mind that once that debate is laid to rest, we should certainly expand it to people like you, to NRIs, to postal ballots even. Even the fact that somebody who's posted overseas, a government officer has to vote by postal ballot, even that should change using technology. So I see no reason why this should not happen, but the truth is, it's a very hot political debate in the country. And that debate has to be laid to rest once and for all.
I think one last question. Saloni, go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for the question. As the president of Indian Ladies Association, I would like to know, like the Indian government has done a lot for the Nari Shakti, and many more things are to be done. So I would like to know your thoughts for the women's safety, health, and the women empowerment. Your thoughts for the women's safety, health, and the women empowerment.
I mean, my general view on this is that, I come from a city, and I don't want to be disrespectful to other cities and people who are from other cities. But I'm proud to say we're one of the safest cities in the country and in the world for women.
Agree.
I also believe that when we talk of women's safety in India, it's unfortunate sometimes that there are stray incidents and aberrations that happen. And world over, in certain sections of the international media, India gets a lot of flack for it. In terms of statistics, I think we've come a very, very long way. And from the days where child mortality, from the days where society was structured and the architecture of Indian society was such that women were unequal from men, I think we've come a very long way. And to bring in Shree's point, when you talk of urbanization, one of the big advantages of urbanization is that the minute people move from rural areas to urban areas, is all these patriarchal issues that may exist elsewhere melt away in an urban area. When you come to an urban area, no one cares what your caste is. No one cares what your religion is. When you work, for instance, in the private sector, no one cares what your gender is. So the way to empower women, in my opinion, the way to empower people from lower castes, in my opinion, the way to empower minorities, in my opinion, is not necessarily by giving them certain symbolic gestures, but is really to create infrastructure, is really to create opportunities where automatically society will take care of itself. And honestly, the best example of that, world over, is right here in the UAE. Right here in the UAE, you can see where you've created the right infrastructure, the right environment, and over here, everyone is equal, regardless of which country you come from, regardless of which community you come from. And that's a very good example for us to take home in India. It's a lot of inspiration that we can learn. That it's not by giving someone a symbolic dole or a handout. It's by essentially government saying, I'm creating an environment where if there is a crime committed against a woman, we know what will happen. We give you the best infrastructure, we give you the best regulatory environment that facilitates a robust business environment, and then things take care of itself. So I'm a big believer in that, and I think that sometimes the politics is misguided by saying, let's do this for this community, let's do that for that community, but we're actually, in a sense, not really empowering anyone.
Thank you so much, Milind. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Big round of applause, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much to our chief guest, Mr. Milind Deora, Member of Parliament, and to our moderator, C.A. Sridhar sir. Can you please stay back, sirs? We have something for you. Thank you so much. I know we are all hungry. Yes. We're just going to take 2 minutes and then we're going to have a delicious lunch. Bon appetit in advance. But before that, we have to honor these respected gentlemen, these dignitaries, and it is an absolute honor. So to do the honors, to give a special memento expressing our sincere thanks and gratitude, may I request ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter's respected chairman, C.A. Krishan sir, and vice chairman, C.A. Rohit sir, to please join us on stage along with C.A. Chandrasen Hadda. And I request Milind sir to kindly accept the same. We all enjoyed this session, right? So now it's time to show our respect and admiration with a loud round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thanks so much. And now to give a memento to our moderator for this session, Vision to Reality, Building a Progressive India, is C.A. Sridhar Iyengar, sir. May I request C.A. Sridhar, sir, to please join us on stage. The CFO, Real Estate and Infrastructure Investments, Mubadala. And the memento will be given by, again, the chairman, C.A. Krishan sir, vice chairman, C.A. Rohit sir. And behind every successful man, there is a woman. So let me welcome Mrs. Radha Sridhar as well. And all of you can witness a smile on Sridhar sir's face, which we don't get to see in usual events. Thank you so much. Wonderful. And now I request our chief guest, Milind sir, to kindly give a memento to our membership team members, C.A. Suma Rajesh and C.A. Shafiq Nilayev. They've taken a lot of effort, so the least we can do is just an applause. Thank you, sirs. Thank you so much. And now, just a quick brief after lunch, what happens next. So the early bird raffle draw will be soon after lunch. Lunch will be for a duration of 45 minutes, because we are running a little delay in time. And then we also have the panel discussion, The Art of Winning Business, a lesson from the world, and evolving defense and space technologies. So all of this will be after lunch. The lunch duration will be 45 minutes. Even I'm slipping on words because we are all hungry. And when we are hungry, words have no control. So please enjoy your lunch, and we will see you in a span of 40 minutes.
Success of the chapter. You are truly appreciated. Presenting our proud sponsors.
beginning of the seminar, and that was a huge respect, trust me. कोई भी आर्टिस्ट जब यहाँ खड़े होते हैं ना, जब कोई ऐसे अपनी कुर्सी से उठ के तालियां बजाते हैं, oh my God, that feeling is beyond words. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Because all artists at the end of the day, and you know, appreciating another artist, that takes a lot of humility. Huge respect. Thank you. I hope all of you enjoyed lunch. Can we have all of you come in soon? Because off the record, we've not started the seminar. I hope this is not going live. Picture abhi baki hai. बहुत कुछ होने वाले हैं. तो please आ जाइए. Come on. Can I have everyone inside? உங்கள் அனைவர்கிட்டையும் கெஞ்சி கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன், தயவு செஞ்சு உள்ள வாங்க, உட்காருங்க, எல்லாரும் கடந்திருக்கிयो, समाधानമായി इरिक्यो. जितने भी लोग यहाँ आए हैं, अब सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि प्लीज़ खाना खाने के बाद अंदर आ जाइए ताकि हम बाकी सेशंस के साथ आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, प्लीज़. Now I humbly request all of you to please ensure that you have a wonderful lunch and please re-enter into the ballroom so that we can commence with the next session. My dad always says, you know, all the chartered accountants, the first and the foremost thing you can observe is their discipline. So I am expecting that right now, despite the seniority. I would request all our invitees, members, everyone, please be seated. Yes? We're going to start in a couple of minutes. As soon as I get a thumbs up from Krishnan sir, we're good to go. Yeah, now itself? Okay. Chalo, we had informed about a game earlier. I'm sure some of you might have at least gone and scanned the QR code, and now this is the season of cricket. So many cricket lovers here. Tomorrow is going to be a big match between India and Pakistan, which is like the most awaited match and all that. So, now let's see who is going to be the top run scorer, right? Oh, this is, sorry, the early bird registration ka raffle draw is going to happen right now. Ankit ji is a man of surprises. He will give me clues and I have to fill it up. Unfortunately, that is accounts and this is dentistry. So the fun happens. Yes, can we have the AV for the raffle draw, please? I believe it's a spinning wheel. Check. Can we have the AV for the raffle draw, please? I believe it's a spinning wheel. And the winners will get a ticket for witnessing the India versus New Zealand match, and also the other winner will take home a ticket for the semi-finals. And let's see what happens now. It's powered by MIC. We would like to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to MIC for sponsoring these tickets. And yes, okay, it's ready. Should I say start? Ankit ji? Ankit ji? Yes, he's a Spider-Man of CA, you know, anywhere, anytime, yes. Tell me, are we ready? Ready? We good to go? Do I have your yes, ladies and gentlemen? That's good. The gentlemen are all energized after lunch. Very nice. 3, 2, 1. And it doesn't spin. Very nice. Should I? And the lucky winner is... I can't see it. CA Ankur Ranka. Is he here? CA Ankur Ranka? Sir, is that you? Not you, sir. Sir, you're paying April Fool with me, sir. I don't know, sir. Sorry, sir? I believe they are, sir. Sir, I understand your name is Krishna, sir, but very naughty. Okay. Mr. Anuj Singhal. Is he here? Mr. Anuj Singhal, is he here? No, how fast? No. कितने सच्चे दिल के लोग हो. Mr. Anuj Singhal, is he here? Outside, sir. I like that, sir. Very smart move, sir. Yes. So what happens? Where is Spider-Man? Okay. Ready. Because finding CA Ankit, sir, is like close to difficult, you know. Chalo, and the lucky winner is, I hope this winner is here, huh? Jay Kumaran. Jaya Kumaran. Jaya Kumaran. Sir, you're the original Jaya Kumaran, sir. Congratulations, sir. So these tickets are sponsored by MIC, and to do the honors, can I have someone from the executive committee? Krishna, sir, someone, please. Yeah, from, oh, yes, please, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Please, sir, come, sir. Sir, next time, if you're taking a big ticket, please ask me to join. Come. Come. Sir, please. Kindly do the honors. May I request CA Ankit as well to join? He's been coordinating everything, yeah. Poor gentleman has been running for over 24 hours. Being a CA, he's becoming the Usain Bolt here. So please give him a round of applause. Please. It's not easy to coordinate everything. Sir is not so happy. Sir, are you happy, sir?
Happy, but thing is, from Muscat. I'm from Muscat, so I will not be.
I'll give you a secret, sir. You find anyone here, you can share the ticket to them. Between us, sir. Nobody heard, no? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That's luck, yeah? What happened, sir? Yes, sir. Sir, for the ticket, there are people already raising hands, sir. He stood up also. I'm so glad there's no Fevicol on your seat. So glad. So that's it. We can proceed. CA Ankit, sir. Can we proceed, sir? Thank you, sir. आपको मिलना मुश्किल ही नहीं नामुमकिन होते हैं इसीलिए पूछा सर. Jokes apart, yeah, he's very vibrant. Such an honor to associate with him. And where is my Jhansi ki Rani Priyanka Di? I don't know where she is. Anyways, I hope she'll join as well. So yes. Oh, yes. Oh, the Jhansi Rani is always busy. देखो कितने coordinate कर रहे हैं. And now it's time to welcome our next speaker. He's going to, elaborate to us on the topic evolving defense and space technologies. And it is none other than Mr. Satish Reddy, President, Aeronautical Society of India, former Secretary, Department of Defense, R&D, Chairman, DRDO, and Scientific Advisor to Raksha Mantri. Can we have the AV, please? Yes.
G. Satish Reddy is an Indian aerospace scientist who served as the 13th chairman of the Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, from 2018 to 2022. He is President, Aeronautical Society of India, and former Secretary, Department of Defense R&D. He is also the chairman of the governing body of the Aeronautical Development Agency and the scientific advisor to Raksha Mantri, the Minister of Defense, India. Reddy has been inducted as a Fellow of the Royal Aeronautical Society, London. He has also received other awards, including American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics Missile Systems Award, the Aeronautical Prize, National Systems Gold Medal, National Design Award, Award for Engineering Excellence, and the Homi J. Baba Gold Medal.
Very good afternoon. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Abu Dhabi chapters members, President, Mr. Krishnan, the past presidents, the Vice President, the Secretary, the Treasurer, and all others who are present here.
Doing the honors is the respected chairman of the ICAI ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, and we have the past chairman, CA Rajiv Shah. Thank you so very much, Dr. Satish Reddy, President, Aeronautical Society of India, former Secretary, Department of Defense R&D, Chairman, DRDO, and Scientific Advisor to Raksha Mantri. Thank you so very much. And now, moving on to the next session, which is going to be a panel discussion, Art of Winning Business, a lesson from the cricketing world. To take over, may I humbly request the moderator, Mr. Nagesh Suryanarayana, Head Corporate Governance and Risk Advisory, Anderson Consulting, UAE. May I humbly request Mr. Nagesh to please join us on stage and take over with the next session. Yes, over to you, sir. Yeah. Check. Mic, please. Yeah. Check. Production team, mic, please. All right.
Very good afternoon to all of you. As we have Champions Trophy starting, we are looking at an increase in fever, the cricketing fever. At the same time, we have seen instances where the games that we used to enjoy with a sense of nationalism, now has changed to a profitable business opportunity. Not just in cricket, but across the sports ecosystem. So as we step to the next session, I'll introduce you to our cricketing legend, Shikhar Dhawan. Shikhar Dhawan is a legendary cricketer, a celebrated left-handed batsman who captained Punjab Kings and Sunrisers Hyderabad in the IPL. Played for Delhi in first-class cricket. He was a leading run scorer and Golden Bat awardee at the 2013 and 2017 ICC Champions Trophy. Conferred with the prestigious Arjuna Award in 2021 for his service, the founder of Dhawan Sports, transforming grassroots sports training in India. Shikhar is also an active investor, driving impact across sports and entrepreneurship. He's also a general partner in Yasha Global Capital, a sports-focused venture capital fund headquartered in Abu Dhabi Global Markets, Abu Dhabi. So with a round of applause, please welcome Shikhar Dhawan. That's the excitement, yeah? Waiting. We have to wait. Good things happen when we have to wait. Shikhar has a very, very busy schedule. I think it's very nice that he's taken time out to be with us today. He's also the brand ambassador for the Champions Trophy as we speak. So his schedule is fairly packed. Here comes our cricketing legend, Shikhar Dhawan. I also welcome Abhinav Tandon, founding member and head Global Expansion and Strategy, Yasha Global Capital. Please welcome. सबकी धड़कनें काफी तेज हो चुकी है सर।
हाँ जी।
काफी धड़कनें तेज हो चुकी है सबकी। धड़कनें तेज हो चुकी है।
अच्छी बात है फिर तो।
Thank you so much for your time, sir. So as we start, as a consumer of sports, I enjoy the sport. I live a moment of nationalism. I celebrate my stars. Having said this, sports industry today has evolved from just being a show to a business of great returns. This also has shaped me as a consumer. Please give your views on the changing landscape in sports industry, sir.
First of all, good afternoon to everyone, and really happy to be here.
Thank you so much.
And it's a new field for me, and I'm really enjoying it. And coming back to your question, of course, sports has evolved multifolds, and it's a great time. As we can see, sports business has grown, sports industry has grown. So as an individual, while I was just finishing my international career, I always used to think that I just don't want to be a commentator or a coach. Why can't I be a team owner?
Yeah.
And my vision is big. I always like to think big and make it big as well. And then we realized that, okay, there's so much of potential in sports industry. So many, like very big example, IPL,
yeah.
From where it started. Now each team is $1 billion, and so many of the funds, one or two funds have bought IPL team as well. And there's so many opportunities lying down in the sports industry. It's a $1 trillion industry, and whether esports, leagues, sport tech companies, and the expertise which we have. Since the age of 11, I've been in sports world. So we thought that, okay, we create a really good team, not just a brand face or anything, but the real team which do the great back work, and great fund managers, or my GPs. They are amazing fund managers. They have given amazing exist earlier, and their investment strategies was amazing. So we created an amazing team and thought that, okay, it's right time to get into the field and make some big numbers out there.
Thank you so much.
Make some big numbers and give big numbers to the investors. That is the main thing.
Very well said, sir. Very well said. Abhinav, over to you. So why a VC fund for sports? Why not education tech or AI? And more important, why Abu Dhabi?
Hello. So Shikhar bhai has always been a very good teammate and always helping. So abhi mera mic nahi chala to Shikhar bhai ne de diya. But Nagesh, thank you. It's an honor to be here. And your first part of your question, why sports and why not edtech or any other sector? See, we know about startups, but I think Shikhar bhai is one of the first global superstars to actually start a VC fund. And since the audience today is also ICAI member, so you know how difficult a fund is. Now, if you have to start a fund, you essentially do it to give returns to your investors. And you invest at a time where the tailwind is good, but others have not spotted. So if I invest in e-commerce today, everybody has already made money. So you actually, when you look at a 5-year horizon, you should invest in something whose time has come. And sports, like Shikhar bhai said, the time has come. We have IPL, which is the fastest growing league in the world. Major League Baseball, again a bat and ball sport, took 130 years to reach where it is. IPL today is world's richest league on per match basis in just 2 decades. And like Shikhar bhai always used to come out of the crease and hit Australian bowlers out of the park. That requires guts. So when we met him, unse pucha ki kya kare? So he said, we have to thrive, not survive. So if you have to survive, you have to get into a sector which is flush with money. So we are in this region because in next 15 years, GCC and especially UAE and Saudi are going to spend more money on sports than rest of the world combined. So this is where the money is. And Abu Dhabi mein hai, Abu Dhabi is capital of capital. So why not Abu Dhabi? Now look at India, such great following of sports, such great talent in tech. Like he said, esports, sports tech is all part of business of sports. That's what we know, that's what we have done, and that's where everyone can make money, so we decided to bet on sports.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. And over to you, sir. All of us are looking forward for tomorrow's match. Excited, yeah?
अब धड़कनें ज़रूर तेज़ होंगी.
It will be a fantastic show of sportsmanship. आपको क्या लगता है, sir? हमारा थोड़ा हौसला बढ़ाओ.
हौसला बढ़ाए. हौसले पहले से हम सबके बुलंद हैं. जिस I hope they understand Hindi.
Of course, all of us.
Yeah.
Majority of us.
हौसले हमारे पहले से ही बुलंद है और हमारा as Indians हम इतनी तरक्की कर रहे हैं हर एक फील्ड में, तो दिल से बहुत खुशी होती है. And I feel कि पहले कहा जाता है कि भी इंडिया सोने की चिड़िया है, तो आज भी अगर हम सब वो सोच रखें कि इंडिया सोने की चिड़िया, तो सोने की चिड़िया ज़रूर बनेगा और हम सभी बनाएंगे उसको. एंड कल के लिए उम्मीदें तगड़ी हैं और इंडियन टीम हमारे पहले मैच में इतना अच्छा किया है, तो कल भी अच्छा करेंगे. एंड वी गॉट अ वेरी एक्सपीरियंस साइड.
Fantastic.
We got very experienced side as well as youngsters taking the responsibility and stepping up.
Yeah.
And performing under pressure, so which is very, very good. And I'm sure we will see Indian team doing really well in this Champions Trophy and lifting the trophy as well.
Fantastic. Shikhar, I have a question for you just on the same topic. You've been a competitor, a strong personality on the field, which all of us have seen. What are the commonalities between being a sports leader and a business leader? Because we can see the transformation in you, which is fabulous. Kindly help us.
There are lots of similarities, and now I've been into business for the last 2-3 years. And of course, I'm always a student, whether it's sport or business. I always have an open mind, and I'm always seeking to learn new things, new ways as well. Like now, the first thing I realized that the importance of soft skill. That is very, very important, that you have to say tough stuff to the people, but at the same time, you don't want to hurt them that much that they leave you.
Yes.
Your strong core people should always stay with you. The loyalty, the authenticity, transparency.
Beautiful. Yeah.
These all things were there in my sports field as well, and as well as in my business field as well. And as a leader, I feel communication plays a huge role. There's never a thing that it's a big thing or a small thing. It has to be communicated. So that creates the gray area. So I feel all those things matters a lot. And as a leader, you have to have a vision. You have to have that belief in yourself that you can turn your vision into a reality. And that's what I've done while I used to play cricket. And I have such strong belief that I know that success is certain for me. And it's all about doing it the right way. The process has to be right. The system has to be strong enough that it works on its own. So if the process is good, automatically results gonna be good. So that's what I focus on, and that's what I make sure that my team focus on, that we are very process-oriented and very systematic, keep on improving. And at the same time, in the journey, of course, we are humans, we're gonna make mistakes as well. But we are good enough to look back or learn from that mistake and keep on moving forward and keep creating good results.
Thank you so much, sir. Dada, just taking a pointer from what Shikhar just said, what kind of leadership team has Yasha built, and where are you planning to invest? Some insights into that will be helpful.
Well, Yasha Global Capital was a dream. And a dream is just words if not backed by competent people. People are what make a cricket team success. People are what make a fund achieve success. So we have very carefully curated a team which does justice to the potential of a global VC fund. We set it up in Capital of Capital at ADGM. In fact, we just got our license, and you should be reading about it on ADGM official portal next week as well. And we had a vision of being global. So one of our general partners, Dr. Arif Padaria, is based out of United States. Now our fund is $75 million, but we have taken Arif, who has actually done 5 funds, and his last stint was at NEOM Investment Fund, where he used to deploy $5 billion. So for a $75 million fund, this might look a very, very heavy lifting. But our vision is we want to be in UAE for long. Like Shikhar Bhai said, भारत सोने की चिड़िया था ही नहीं, आज भी है, और बेहतर बनेगा. तो 15 साल उसमें लगेंगे. So 75 million से शुरू कर रहे हैं, और dream ये है that we make a fund 2 of $500 million and a fund 3 of $1 billion.
Fantastic.
So the team we have selected in the United States, one general partner is in Singapore, used to be part of Singapore government's Sovereign Wealth Fund, and of course, since UAE is our global headquarters, Siraj, who is the 4th general partners and one of the key brains behind it, is also locally based. Shekhar Bhai is global, yatra tatra sarvatra, and we have US, we have Singapore, of course India and UAE. So all bases covered. That's the kind of team we have.
Very nice, very nice. And Shekhar Bhai, while you're here, we want to learn as much as possible from you. How do you prepare for the big day? What are your mantras, your advice for someone trying to become best version of themselves?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What is your mantra or advice for someone trying to become the best version of themselves?
You have to have strong daily routines. That is very, very important. And at the same time, an individual talk to themselves the most. So what quality of self-talk you do to yourself,
Very nice.
that is very important. And even with whom you hang out. If you're hanging out with 5 losers, you're going to be the 6th one. So you have to choose your company very smartly. And it's all about vibration. You create your vibration through your mindset. And yeah, then you attract that sort of things in your life. I always attract things in my life rather than chasing it. And
very nice.
That's the law of nature. Whatever you're going to give in the universe, that's what you're going to get back. And I work through energies, and that's how I have whatever I achieved in my life. It's through law of attraction, affirmations. So that success mantra is very important for me. I even feel meditation is very important because in today's world, everyone is running so fast, mentally I'm talking about. So it's important to give that break, to take a pause and just relax. Relaxing is as important as the intensity. While playing days, like we used to have total off days, we knew that, okay, we have to rest our body, mind, so we can be fresh tomorrow. So if people are just running, and they eventually get tired. So the productivity or your creativity goes bit less. So you have to be smart enough to know, all right, after some time I need to give a break and be fresh and come back again.
Very nice, the power of visualization.
All those things mattered a lot to me. At the same time, failures is part of success. These failures is nothing but learning. So don't get too emotionally attached with it. Learn from it. It should hurt you enough to make you think deep, not hurt you enough that put you on your knees and you can't get up. So let that failure or pinch you enough to make you think deep, and then move on again and keep on moving and enjoy the journey. It's never about the destination. It's always about the journey.
Very well said.
About the company you have, how you took all the people along with you, what sort of energy you created. For me, success is not just materialism. It's about spirituality and materialism both. So I always tell my team that I see my team to be really productive, at the same time very happy as well. So both things goes hand in hand for me.
Thank you so much for that. Dada, what is your prediction for the future of sports business? Be it UAE or global, I think I'll leave it at that.
आगेश जी आज आप सारी प्रेडिक्शन ले लो इंडिया पाकिस्तान फ्यूचर ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स ये तो बाउंसर है
यूज तो करेंगे सर आपका इंपॉर्टेंट टाइम है
See, if I were to predict about future of sports, I'm always reminded of someone in India who told me, I asked him, how do you predict the future? And he said the best way to predict the future is to create it. If you look at Shikhar Bhai's legendary career, he's always created benchmarks and records. And so if you ask me, what's the future of sports? I feel we are the ones playing a part in creating it. And future of sports is very, very bright. As bright as Shikhar Bhai's diamond stud, if I may say.
Very well said, very well said. So we come to the end of the session, but I will take this small courage with your permission. आपकी शायरी का अंदाज बहुत फेमस हो रहा है. Kindly एक शेर हो जाए to conclude the panel today. Sir, mic.
हाँ जी, एक दो शेर ज़रूर सुनाता हूँ आपको कि इतनी आसानी से कब एले हुनर खुलते हैं, इतनी आसानी से कब एले हुनर खुलते हैं, बुलंदी पर होता हूँ तब पर खुलते हैं.
Fantastic, fantastic.
बुलंदी पर होता हूँ तब पर खुलते हैं और इश्क में जीत आने के लिए काफ़ी हूँ, इश्क में जीत आने के लिए काफ़ी हूँ, मैं अकेला ही ज़माने के लिए काफ़ी हूँ.
Fantastic.
दिल खोल कर तुम मुझे खर्च करो मेरे बच्चों, दिल खोल कर तुम मुझे खर्च करो मेरे बच्चों, मैं अकेला ही कमाने के लिए काफ़ी हूँ.
Wow, very well said. Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we can't thank you enough for your time. I know your busy schedule. But having said that, we conclude our panel here. And a very round of applause for Shikhar Dhawan.
Thank you so much. And I would like to thank ADGM as well.
Thank you so
ADGM
much.
has supported us like anyhow, and very, very grateful that we are in Abu Dhabi, a land of opportunities. And I'm sure that with everyone's support and blessings, we'll do great.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Sir, so just 1 minute.
We have a memento for our respected invitees and guests. I request the ICAI Abu Dhabi Chapter Chairman, C.A. Krishnan sir, to kindly do the honors of handing over the memento to our special guest and invitees. We have Shikhar Dhawan, cricket legend and general partner of Yasha Global Capital, and Mr. Abhinav Tandon and Mr. Nagesh Suryanarayana. May I request Krishna sir to please do the honors. C.A. Krishna and C.A. Rohit on stage, the Vice Chairman. May I humbly request all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to please put your hands together for a warm round of applause. Thank you. On stage, we also have the respected General Secretary of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, Mrs. Priyanka Birla. Can we also have the memento for Mr. Mohammad Sirajuddin? आप सभी को दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहते हो यहाँ आने के लिए और हमारे साथ वक्त बिताने के लिए और अपने एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करने के लिए. Can we have a louder round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Let's make them feel special. Thank you. May I humbly request the executive committee members of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India Abu Dhabi chapter, executive committee, quickly, can you please join us on stage? We have some time restraints, please. Please. Thank you so very much to our celebrities, invitees, and distinguished guests. A moment captured is a moment to remember, and a moment that stays etched in our hearts. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you so very much. Absolute honor. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Bahut shukriya. Thank you. Definitely, to organize such a grand seminar, it would not have been possible without the support of our esteemed sponsors. So we will be giving a token of felicitation to our sponsors, without whose support this seminar wouldn't have been possible and wouldn't have been this grand. So appreciate your patience and understanding as we near the climax of day 1 of the annual seminar. This is the 36th International Annual Seminar of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And this is the 36th International Annual Seminar entitled The Evolution, Futurenomics, the Evolution of Opportunities. Check. I have a small request. The person who's seated at the last row, can you tell me if I'm audible to you, please? At the last, ma'am. Thank you. At the last. Am I audible, ma'am? Thank you so much. Lots of love. Thank you. So once again, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Abu Dhabi chapter, 36th International Annual Seminar, Futurenomics, the Evolution of Opportunities. We will be honoring our sponsors, without whose support this event or this seminar would not have been this grand. By the way, please do not forget, tomorrow, those who register between 8 to 9:30, 8 to 9, the early bird registration raffle draw. Isme, you will get an entry, and that might make you a lucky winner of exciting prizes. Not just that, don't forget about the scanning the QR code, getting the maximum runs, and winning yourself a fantabulous prize. And just a quick brief on tomorrow's session. India past 75 years and future 75 years, mindful leadership, how wellness can transform your organization, the future of war, how technology is revolutionizing defense, from boardrooms to broadrooms to broadcasts, a CA's path, innovation and disruption, how to stay ahead, navigating market volatility, insights and advice. So we have a lot of fun-filled and definitely in sessions that are going to be filled with a lot of information. Stay tuned for more, and looking forward to having you all early in the morning onwards. But today we will be concluding in some time. As you all know, we have a concert to attend, which is at the Hudriyat, and it's going to be an evening filled with music, melodies, and much more with the gala dinner. So please, please do be a part of it. Your presence would mean a lot to the entire celebration, because alone we can do so little, and together we can do so much. Can I have all of you, please, can you sit down for some more time? Don't worry. We'll have the raffle draw. We don't want the lucky winners to miss out on their opportunity. Okay. Off the record, please. Yes? Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. May I humbly request all of you to please be seated for a couple of minutes more. We're going to have a raffle draw. Opportunities, when it comes and knocks the door, we use them and make the best of them. Sometimes we have to create them as well. Creating them is not bad at all, but luck, we never know when it favors us, right? So yes. Are we ready? 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 Can we have the spinning wheel, the electronic spinning wheel, please? इतने प्यार से मैंने बुलाया, और we are having a round table discussion over there. Sir. Okay, we're going to spin the wheel. At least some very nice, kind-hearted, sweet-hearted, adorable people are sitting down. Sir, if you sit down, you're also sweetheart, sir. Extra sweetheart, sir. Thank you, sir. When I say extra sweetheart, sir, you are strawberry, sir. Nothing more to say. Oh, for the wheel. Kya, sir? Red. Oh, Hiteshwar Siddharth. Is that you, sir? Not you, sir. Sir, is it you, sir? Sir, आप लोग मेरे साथ April Fool खेल रहे हो, sir. What is this, sir? I request the Spider-Man of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, CA Ankit, to please help me identify the people. Because people are... Is that you, sir? Sir. Really? The session is becoming by this Koliviri, huh? Yeah. Singharao? Singharao, sir? Are you here? Singharao, sir? Now my mic is highly audible. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. CA Ankit sir ने कहा, sir, आप कहते हो तो मैं रुक जाती हूँ, मुझे कोई problem नहीं. I'm a very flexible person, sir. Yes. Isha Joshi. Isha Joshi. Isha Joshi. Isha Joshi. Isha Joshi. Bro, can you give me a little echo so people will listen? Yeah. Last, huh? Correct, sir. I understand, sir. Saloni Sarangi di, congratulations! आप ही तो है ना? Yes. The very vibrant and extremely talented President of Indian Ladies Association, Mrs. Saloni Sarangi, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. She's also turned lucky today. May I request Mr. Pratik? Yeah, may I request CA Pratik to please join us on stage to do the honors? CA Pratik? CA Pratik? He's not there.
So the gift is you will get one ticket for India versus New Zealand and one ticket for semi-final. And it is sponsored by MICS Capital. I was trying to find them out. Anyone, any representative of MICS Capital over here? MICS? Anyone? Kinjal? Come. Very good.
Thank you so much, MICS Capital, for sponsoring these tickets, and congratulations to the lucky winners, I.A. Salonidi. She's a beautiful person inside out, and that's why her luck has turned right today. Thank you so much, MICS Capital. Thank you so very much. Can you come center stage, Dee, please? Congratulations, yes. Did somebody tell us to be very silent? Can we give her an applause? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Dee. Thank you, dear. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, MICS Capital. Thank you. And now we're going to proceed with the memento for the sponsors. Yep. I'm so sorry, but I think we need to pay a little more respect to our sponsors, because without their support, this seminar wouldn't be this grand, like I've been repeating a couple of times right now. All right. All the CAs present here, can you please raise your hand? May I humbly request you to sit down for a couple of minutes, please? Says your sister from the dental field, please. I have no other option to. How sweet, yeah, how sweet. I have heard that all the chartered accountants from India are very respectful, disciplined, hardworking, smart, dedicated, loyal, sincere, friendly, tactful, innovative, creative, and follows instructions, but thinks out of the box, stays humble, but aims for the sky, and also believes the sky doesn't have any limit. इतने तारीफ के बाद भी आप लोग नहीं बैठ रहे हो. क्यों? And I would like to take a special note to mention that despite of all what I said, CA Ankit is highly indulged in a conversation, not even paying attention. देखो, CA Ankit, despite of being in the organizing committee, is chit-chatting. इतने तारीफ कर रही हूँ मैं, अब सुन भी नहीं रहे हो. सुना आपने कुछ? नहीं ना? That's what I said. I am ready, Di. I want people to sit down. கிருஷ்ணா சார், நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் உட்காருறீங்களா சார்? என்ன சார், சேர்மனாக இருந்து நீங்களே அங்கே போய் நின்றேன்னு அவங்க கேட்பாங்களா சார்? என்னை பற்றி உங்களுக்கே கும்பிட தெரியுதா? Ready, sir. Yeah. No, that is just because I want to treat him like Lord Krishna. The little naughty part. When sir is in the official mode, C.A. Krishnan sir. When sir is in the naughty mode, Krishna sir. சூப்பராக இருக்குல்ல சார்? ரொம்ப பெருமையாக எளிமையாக சொல்கிறேன் சார், மரியாதை கொடுத்து பேசுகிறேன் சார், அவ்வளோதான் சார். So, now it's time to honor our sponsors. देखो, जब मैंने कृष्णन सर को बिठाया तो रोहित सर क्या कर रहे हैं? How sweet. I like that dedication, that he's so focused that the mic is, or the voice, the amplification of sound is nowhere heard. Rohit sir? Rohit sir? Rohit sir? I can see you. Okay, now it's time to honor our sponsors. From ADNIC, these are our premier sponsors, जिनके support के बगैर, like I told you, this seminar wouldn't be this grand. So, premier sponsor from ADNIC, can we have Mr. Jugal Madan? Mr. Jugal Madan. And to do the honors, may I request our executive committee members to please. ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, respected chairman Krishnan sir, respected vice chairman Rohit sir, and if we have the respected treasurer, general secretary Priyanka Di. Thank you sir, thank you so much. Do you want endorphins? Do you want a healthy heart, a healthy mind, a healthy life, a stress-free life? An applause can do a lot of magic, gentlemen. Those who are in the last row, I can see you that you're not clapping. Can you clap, sir, please? Sir, I didn't say dust the hand. Clap, sir. Achhi tarike se clap, sir. One clap, sir, for blood circulation. Yeah, thank you. Now, it's time to welcome our next premier sponsor, ADMMI. Can we have Mr. Nagarajan, the Group CEO? Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much for all your support. It means a lot. They are the Institute of Chartered Accountants India Abu Dhabi chapter. Please don't hesitate to put your hands together. We just have a couple of sponsors that whom we will be honoring right now for their support. Grateful, thankful, humbled. Thank you, sir. Moving on to, from Agthia, Mr. Sumit Jain, Director, Treasury. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your esteemed presence and your support. Moving on, Bank of Baroda, Mr. Amandeep Singh, Assistant General Manager, Bank of Baroda, Abu Dhabi. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. We know the name Bank of Baroda, don't we? Come on, respected chartered accountants who are present in this ballroom, don't hesitate to put your hands together. Every clap you give is a token of respect, as well as it is something that is very much going to be helpful in the long run for your health and happiness and for releasing endorphins. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on. From the BOT Advisory, Mr. Sheikh Moinuddin, Director. Thank you, sir. Big thank you for all your support. Thank you to your team as well. I will request to the executive committee to give a special gift to that respected CA who claps till the last of the show. Thank you. How's that? From Deloitte, can we have Mr. Padmanabha Acharya? I believe it's CA Padmanabha Acharya? Okay. Anyone from Deloitte? Yeah. Anyone from Deloitte, please? Anyone from Deloitte? Anyone from Deloitte, sir? Okay, moving on. From Gargash Insurance, can we have Mr. Ravi Kiran, Executive Vice President, Abu Dhabi branch? Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your esteemed presence. Much appreciated. Thank you. Moment captured, memory etched. Moving on. Ideal Capital Management. Can we have Mr. Ramesh Mahalingam? Mr. Ramesh Mahalingam. Okay, moving on. Ideal Capital Management, Mr. Ramesh Mahalingam. Moving on, MCA Management Consultants, Mr. Subramani Buthalingam. Partner, Mr. Subramani Buthalingam. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Moving on to Premier Brains, Mr. Rishi Agarwal, partner, managing partner of Premier Brains, Mr. Rishi Agarwal. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support, sir. Next, we have Mr. Aditya from Deloitte. Can we have the memento, please, for sir? Sir, just 1 second, sir. 1 second, please, sir. Next, we have Mr. Aditya from Deloitte. Mr. Aditya from Deloitte, sir. And to do the honors, we have the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter's respected chairman, Krishnan sir, and respected vice chairman, Rohit sir. Moving on, from ProTVT, may I request Mr. Harjot Singh, Associate Director, to please join us on stage. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You know, sometimes, instead of we just looking at what a lot of sequence of events happening on stage, when we just clap and make some nice sound effects, it's very nice, you know. It's a very, very pleasant feeling that words can't describe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Humbled. Last but never the least, from UHY James, we have Mr. James Matthew, CEO and Managing Partner. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much, sir. True honor and humbled. UHY James, Mr. James Matthew, CEO and Managing Partner. Okay. All right, on behalf of Mr. James, we have Mr. Adil and Mr. Amit from UHY James. Thank you so very much, sirs. These are our premier sponsors who supported throughout the entire journey of organizing the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India Abu Dhabi Chapter 36th International Annual Seminar, Futuronomics, the Evolution of Opportunities. Yes, sir? Are we good to go? Yeah, I know everybody is thrilled and excited, so have a wonderful concert that you're going to enjoy tonight in advance. Unfortunately, I won't be there, but don't worry, it's going to be a wonderful experience that you will cherish, you will remember, and will definitely give you a lot of happiness. It's, after all, Mr. Javed Ali. So let's enjoy the same and see you tomorrow. Don't forget, the early birds have a special gift.
Guys, for such an amazing host for the day, can we please have a big, big round of applause? The kind of energy that she has brought to the audience here is unmatchable, and we are so much looking forward to hear more from her tomorrow. Very, very congratulations, and thank you so much for being here with us. And great job, Console guys. Too much to look for tomorrow, yeah?
Thank you so much. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the president of ILA, Saloni Di, for supporting me, for referring my name. Thank you, Priyanka Di, for having the faith in me. Thank you so much, Ramesh Ji and Ankit Ji, as well as to Krishnan sir and Rohit sir and all. Thank you to the media team. You guys are doing a fantabulous job. We will see you again tomorrow. Please be early and on time. So हम ज़रूर फिर मिलेंगे. तब तक enjoy and have a fun-filled experience क्योंकि picture अभी बाकी है.